Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Open Hearts, the weekly tabletop RPG campaign here on YouTube now.
Yeah.
Tonight is episode 80, and if you remember where we left off last week, the party took to the skies, or rather to the Starlight Realm, where they met with the remainder of the Serpent Lords to gather some very specific ritual ingredients that are needed for the ritual that they will hopefully be performing today. Spark had a mentee bee, but you know, it seems like commonplace nowadays. Spark's not having a good time. Hoth knows. Hoth knows. And, spoiler alert, Hoth loves clowns. He loves this clown kid. And wants to know more about them.
They're just a little struggling just a bit right now.
It's okay.
Just a bit. Just a bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Except
Just clowning around.
Clown around.
Jump. The window's right here, guys.
Please don't.
Alright. So, last session we ended off, still in the Starlight Realm with, Cain, Abelet, and Astraeus, who is forced to be here. Bless his heart.
Yeah.
So, very tired.
You got this.
Shut the fuck up. That distracts me.
Don't worry, I'm in today's Tagok today, so she don't talk much.
Yeah, this is a Tagok moment. So do you guys want to linger in the Starlight Realm at all, or would you just like to go back?
Explore this place, but
Yeah.
probably be like, I want to go home.
Yeah, Tego could be like, I want to go home.
She
Jade
doesn't
over
wanna
here
go
is just
home,
like,
but, like,
I want.
This is so pretty. I want to
Yeah.
explore. I want all the lore.
Kalina's,
Look.
Kalina's definitely gonna want to explore.
Yeah.
At the very least.
Which will force them.
Anastasius probably will just be like her first wedding.
Mm-hmm.
Just see a squid in the little ocean of clouds.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not a
Like
surfboard.
on a surfboard. Yep.
So, as you're currently, like, inside the city walls, you are able to see that there are beings that are walking around. They're not solid beings. They are spirits.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
But their forms are different than those of the ones who are in the spirit realm. In their, like, what they're made up of, how they look.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I
So
dare you not thumbs up my thumbs up, you fucker. Thank you.
oh god. That gives such bread energy.
Red.
Hold on, I'm screenshotting that.
Oh, Jesus. Great,
Being immortalized.
great job, everybody. So,
But yes, continue.
sorry, my mom came in and distracted me by singing We Don't Talk About Bruno in the background. She's watching Encanto right now.
Aw.
She
I'm
sidetracked
missing
me.
that, but I don't want to get it. I don't want us to get demonetized.
Demonetization, cease and desist. So, yeah. Please make some decisions so I can
Yeah.
go with what you want.
Yeah.
For God's sake. I'm so fucking
Yeah,
tired.
I think Kalina, like, cause Hoth just talked to the group, right?
Yes, Hoth talked to the group very briefly, specifically to Kalina, asking about Spark, and then left with the other three
Yeah.
as they had some
Kalina,
important business to attend to elsewhere.
yeah. I think Kalina, she is actually going to go outside and look for Spark.
Yeah.
And say, hey, buddy.
They're like next to the door, but they're kind of like curled up, so they don't really notice if anybody's leaving.
Yeah.
You probably don't even notice them at first. They are small.
Aww. But yeah, once Kalina does see them, I'm assuming she's just like by herself right now.
Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, she just sees Spark and kind of lowers herself down a bit, and she says, "Hey, Spark, how are you feeling?"
They look up at you, and you can tell that they've been crying since they left the room.
Oh, Spark, dear. Hold on. And she reaches around into a pocket and pulls out a handkerchief.
They wipe the tears and then blow their nose. You hear like a trumpet sound.
Oh, sad trumpet noise.
That trumpet. And they're like, I messed up. I shouldn't have done that. Killing myself.
But yeah, could you continue, please?
They're just saying they messed up. They shouldn't have done that.
And Kalina's just like, no, you didn't mess up. It was unexpected, yes, but I actually just finished talking to Hoth.
They give me the saddest, most wettest eyes. She mentions Hoth again. They're like, what did he say? Did he say he was disappointed?
No, far from that. He said he would actually like to get to know you more.
Really?
Yeah. He said that if you ever want to contact him, you can go to Kane or me, since I can contact Kane.
They nod. They say maybe later.
Yes, he did say that he wouldn't be surprised if it takes you a bit. He knows that you're not. There's a lot of things going on in your head right now.
Yeah, they just kind of hug you.
Yeah, Kalina hugs them back. Like, you know, like fully kneeling down now and just pulls them into her arms. They are so small. She is so big. Big tits. Harris's tits.
They ask if they ask if he if he's nicer than Annalise from what she could tell. Because they were too frazzled.
Oh, absolutely. We have met him before this. Well, before you joined the party, but we have met him before. And even then, he was still pretty much the same as he is now. Jovial, friendly, excited to meet just about everyone. Life of the party. Sounds like someone I know. And she kind of gives them a little nudge.
They kind of like do like the fanning motion, a way of like, oh no, maybe, possibly.
Yeah.
After a bit, they stand back up and then kind of go, we should probably get back with the others.
Yes. Don't want them worrying about us too much. And she also stands up.
Yeah, they're gonna go back inside.
Yeah. I'm just imagining the sad trumpet sounds still.
That's a trombone, you dumbass.
It is a trombone.
Yeah, I know it's a trombone. Hey,
Brass
just
instrument.
Brass instrument. There we go.
yeah. Oh dear.
We're back, baby.
We are
So back.
so back.
Let's go.
So back.
So I guess Kalina's wanting to explore and shit, and just gathering
Yeah.
the rest of the party to do so.
Yeah. It's like, come on. I want us to see everything. She's just so excited.
Lena kind of gives me, Jack Skellington, what's this?
What's
vibes,
this?
Oh my god.
You know?
Love that for her.
Yeah.
So curious, so inquisitive.
I would turn into a bird and just fly around the gods for a bit.
Uh-huh.
Bird.
Bard.
Circling like a silly little vulture.
Hoping to get maybe a snack. What happens if Kolvar fights the cloud?
Do it.
Probably very wet.
Oh.
Water?
Oh,
You thirsty!
he's thirsty.
I mean, Colbert, by all accounts, can bend clouds. As both a water mage and a stormhawk.
Both thirsty.
Sticks a straw into a cloud and just starts slurping.
Some shit Spark would do.
Goku eating the clouds on Snake Way. That ass.
Yeah.
Anastasia is like wait a little bit like between the group going to explore potentially and after talking to the gods, he quickly like steps out to let Kalina do her shtick with Spark because he ain't the best with emotions. Grabs one of the boards and he first gets enough speed to like start to surf before like in squid form before turning into human and just surfing the momentum on the clouds.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, bro, surfing.
Mm-hmm.
He cloud surfing, man.
Yeah.
He's not
Anastasius, when you go out to surf, you can see, like, below that the world is kind of, like, cast in sunsetty colors, so it's very late in the day on the material plane right now.
Okay, after Anastasius is done, and he brings that information to the group.
Yeah. Kane actually pipes up. And he says, "Oh, this would be a perfect time for you." And then he sort of like puts his hand on Astreus' shoulder to try out your powers.
When Kane puts a hit. Oh wait, no, Spark was there for that. Damn it.
Yeah.
He's like, Spark is like, hey, what the fuck did he TP?
Hey, bitch.
Bitch, TP? You teleported?
PP.
TP.
Yeah.
Damn.
But
Yeah.
Astreus kind of just like, huh? What? And Kane's like, your powers. I mean, your domain is the stars. So, come on. And then Kane just sort of like starts shoving Astreus in a direction. And, you know, everybody can follow. But
Spark is so following.
Kalina's also gonna follow. Come on, Tegok. Come on.
Kane leads the way up to what looks like an observatory that's very high up in the city. And in this observatory there is basically a three-dimensional spread of both Vera and the night sky. And you guys can see in real time as the sun is setting on one of the hemispheres.
Oh, that is dope.
And as the moon is rising on the other. Like on the other side. So you can basically just see, like, how the celestial bodies move around Vera.
Yeah.
Spark reaches up to touch it.
Your hand kind of just, like, phases through it. It's a hologram, basically. Magical hologram. But
And then they look at Kane and Ablett and go, that's so cool, and then keep touching it.
Aw. Yeah.
Kane, brings over what looks like, a large glass vessel. And you can see inside of it, there's, like, they look almost alive. Little, glowing white specks that sort of, like, jump around inside of the glass. And Kane, pops the top off and then, like, tells Astreus to hold out his hand. And Kane just sort of, like, you know, gently taps out a couple. And Kane says, since this is your first time, I suppose, as a little treat, you get to place a couple new stars.
Oh my god!
Alina's eyes light up, just like, those are stars?
Astreus, you should draw a penis.
You Ablett leans down to you, Spark, and says, that's already been done, actually.
Show me. You can show me right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Ablett.
Ablett then proceeds to, like, show you on the hologram where the phallic-shaped constellation is.
Where
Spark
is it?
is losing their fucking mind.
Yeah.
At what time of year do we see it?
It's,
Is that in character?
Sure.
yeah.
Oh my god.
But Ablett is talking about it because Kane is busy instructing Astreus on what to do. But Ablett basically tells you that, yeah, they did that when they were younger. You can't, no take backsies on the stars, so they can't move it, and they kind of regret it now. But
Who specifically was responsible? Spark.
I suggested it. Kane thought it was funny, so he did it.
Oh, I'm so making fun of Kane for it.
Is everyone hearing this?
Yeah.
Kalina, she just kind of looks at Kane. Just like looking back and forth between Abelet and Kane.
Spark is just dying.
Kane, like, pipes in just enough to say, listen, I was only a few thousand years old at that point.
I was young.
You drew a PP on the night sky.
Yeah. Middle schooler drawing penis on the night sky. Energy.
Child, I didn't know any better.
Spark is just laughing at Kane now.
I just thought of something.
Yeah.
What if Kalina, cause like, you know, big brain, what if she, like, had like charted stars or like was looking at charts of stars and she's like, no, that can't be shaped like a penis.
That can't be a penis. I must just
That can't
be
a penis.
looking into it. I have a dirty mind.
You can almost kind of see Kalina's like the gears in her brain are turning as like with
Yeah.
realization.
Mm-hmm.
And then she says, so I wasn't imagining it.
Kane looks slightly ashamed. Abelet says that they later tried to cover it up by, like, including it in a larger constellation of, like, an animal, but the penis is still very clearly visible.
Why don't we just have an animal constellation with having a real good time?
Yeah.
'Cause that's
You know-
totally better.
You know those, like, drawings where they draw in Sharpie a dick, and then over top of it, in dry erase, they draw, like, a cat? And then the teacher goes to erase the cat, and it's a dick? It's like that. They tried to do that.
Oh my god.
Does Verbena know about this? I
Yes,
definitely
she
not at-
does. Unfortunately, she does know about it. She's the one who made them cover it up.
Handiwork.
Verbena comes back to life. Spark, did you know that there's a penis?
Yes, I know that there's a penis in the night sky.
That is currently
Skyrim,
carrying
I
his
just
cat.
Kate is just like, Spark, you need to stop.
Please.
Kalina, like,
Stop trying to embarrass me in front of my
like,
mother.
She sees like Kane just like look away like ashamed. She's like, the professor thought I was nuts, but I was right. I was right.
Hmm.
Take that, Professor Calloway.
Anastasia Senior says to Kalina, well, you are insane, just not in that way.
Ooh.
You are crazy.
Ooh.
Just not today.
Just in
Excuse me.
Estrella.
Hagar kind of
Estrella.
snickles at that.
Estrella, my guy, you need to make a slightly bigger penis next to it.
Kane puts his hand on his shoulder and is like, he just shakes his head. He's like, don't fucking do it.
Don't you do it. Don't you do it. I swear if you make another penis.
There's chocolate in my ice cream. Like chocolate chip.
Nice.
Yeah.
Spark
Um,
has to, like, crouch on the ground
my
to
God.
keep from falling over. They're laughing so hard.
Yeah. Astraeus is like concentrating really hard, and like you see him keep getting distracted by you guys, but he's trying really hard to think about his little constellation. He wants to do good for his first time.
That's
Okay, we
why
should-
this ice cream is called caramel turtle truffle because the chocolate is shaped like turtles.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Have you never seen a turtle candy before?
No, I haven't been to.
Really?
This is from Baskin Robbins. I haven't been to Baskin Robbins in years.
Dang.
We need to get him some actual
A
turtle
turtle
candy.
Yeah.
We need to get us some
I've
turtles.
seen like moose tracks and all that, so
Yeah. Okay, so Astraeus eventually like figures out what he wants to do, and he doesn't say anything, but he just places the stars.
If it's a snail, I'm gonna lose my shit.
How dare you?
do it.
You
Is it a
bitch!
snail?
Oh,
It is a snail! he places it, and then he sort of like nudges Sarzoth and then points at it. Sarzoth laughs.
Spark's like, did he do a pee-pee? And looks over, sees it's a snail, and then starts laughing again.
Kane just shrugs and says, "Must be some sort of inside joke."
Oh, you have no idea, Kane.
You know about the snail, Kane.
But
I told you.
he doesn't get why it's so funny for y'all, though. He's like, okay, snail?
Caleb, that is what a turtle is. They put turtles in the ice cream, Caleb. Bro, I need to get you some candy, turtle candies, for real.
Kale. Yeah, it's really funny because like at my work we're selling like this turtle cake right now
I
as like a limited edition flavor.
Yeah.
And
Bro's figuring out.
There's also
Figuring out
pecans
the best
inside
things
of
in
a
the world.
turtle.
yeah, caramel pecans, chocolate.
Yeah.
I like the raspberry one.
I haven't had the raspberry ice cream, or are there raspberry
No, the
turtles?
Raspberry turtle.
I haven't had a raspberry
Raspberry
turtle.
chocolate.
They sound really good. I like
Caleb is
raspberries.
discovering one of the best things ever to exist, to be fair.
Okay, so
Anyway,
yeah. After Astraeus places his constellation, Cain then like directs him into, you know, moving the stars and how that works. You know, teaching your baby brother how to do his job.
Yeah.
hell yeah. Spark's like, I need to tell Maggie something to themselves later.
Penis constellation, penis constellation, penis constellation.
They do say that out loud to themselves.
Cain gives you a slightly pointed look.
And they just smile back again.
He's thinking to himself, I should have never let you interact with them.
Oh my god.
It was gonna happen regardless.
Kalina, she hears this, like Maggie and Spark just like, and she looks at Kane just like, you let them interact with Maggie? You let them meet Maggie?
I didn't let them. It just happened.
Oh dear.
Why? You got a problem?
No,
Is
I
it
just
because you're
know you
forced to
two.
be reckoned with? You're to be ultra powerful?
Kalina just looks so exhausted and looks up at Kane. She doesn't say anything, but just like,
Cain mumbles
They're
to
gonna help me-
himself, more like an ultra pain in my ass.
they say that is exactly what I'm going for. And then go, they're even helping me, they're even letting me help with the books. And just smile.
Oh,
like,
great.
oh no. Wait, does anyone else know about the books other than like Kalina and Spark and
Colbert knows of the books. Does not. I don't think he knows that Maggie's the author, though.
Yeah, Cobra says, wait, what books?
nothing?
They just laugh and go, and then like, they just laugh, look at Kalina and Kane, and then back at Caleb. I'll say, I'll bring
That
you a
does not
copy.
understand the conversation.
I'll bring you a copy, Caleb.
Caleb.
Colbart. Bring a copy to Colbart. There we
Spark
go.
breaking the fourth wall.
Spark has
I wouldn't be
already broken the
surprised.
fourth wall.
Spark break the fourth wall.
I wouldn't be surprised
Hey, look
if
at
that's
the
just.
camera.
and say, Caleb, I'll bring you a copy too.
I will cross dimensions and yell at me.
Yeah. You just see like their fingers sort of like squish as if it's touching the camera lens.
Oh my god, yes.
You specifically.
Specifically, viewer. You will get a copy of Game Fiction.
So, honest task is just off to the side, shaking his head in disappointment.
Why are you shaking your head at me, old man?
Anastasius says to Spark, because knowing you, it's probably something way too chaotic for this world.
They're choosing to take that as a compliment.
And Anastasius says it very derogatorily.
Wow. I can Kalina and see he just fucking insulted me to my face.
And Kalina, like, she just nods, she's like, yes, he did.
Permission to tackle him.
Permission denied.
Damn it.
And then
Can you tackle
Anastasius
No. They can try.
Anastasius just says, listen, at least I did it to your face. You know, like a true Kraken person. Anastasius just, you can see how him having like a crisis in like half a second.
Mini stroke.
And before saying, yeah, whatever. Just, at least I did it to your face and not behind your back.
Fair enough.
Because
Hey, Kalina, permission to tackle him later.
Kalina, she just looks at Spark, says, let me think on it.
Better to know than
If
never.
Anastasius does anything annoying, Kalina's just gonna be like, Spark, do it. Get him.
Tegak comes up behind Spark and like puts a hand on their shoulder and leans in and just kind of goes, "Who says you need permission?"
You see them make the pog face? They just don't want to break anything
Yeah.
because, like, there's probably a lot of fragile shit. But as soon as they exit this room, Anastasius, it is so over for you.
Yeah.
Well, I lived a good 121 or so years.
I lived a good century.
Oh boy. So this is how it ends, huh?
Yep.
By the hands of a clown.
Clown.
Is that how the shepherds felt?
This is
When
it,
Spark
huh?
blasted them to hell.
So, this is it. Dying under a naked baby. Dying under a naked baby.
Fucking love Dragon Ball.
Thumbs up. Go, go. Got my Dragon Ball pants on right now.
Is there anything else that we should be doing, guys?
Not particularly. You can explore, though. I'm just gonna sit here like a homosexual, you know?
Yeah.
Can't sit straight.
Yeah.
Decide what you want to do, fool.
After all that, and my
Fool.
brain is just
After
like,
all
what do
that.
we do now?
Decide what you want to do, fool.
Spark asked if anybody wants to go explore the city before they dip.
Anastasia suggested things. Wonder if there's a sky cheese.
Hi,
I wonder if there's sky, buddy. That's just the moon. That's just the
Cheetah's
moon.
right there.
Please do not eat Kane. I mean, you can. He's bisexual.
Insinuating, what the hell?
Kane.
I'm bisexual. Wow, he's bisexual. I didn't know that. By the way, I'm
Oh, sorry,
bisexual.
guys, I'm sexual.
A tea.
I know.
Yeah, I know. I think
It's
that's the
funny.
I think that's the joke.
Anastasia says, I wonder what you taste like. Kane thinks he's gonna fucking kiss him, and Anastasia says, well, to bite him.
She just wants to bite him.
Either way, Spark is gonna go explore the city.
Yeah.
They're on their way to go explore the city, whether you guys
Mhm.
are following or not.
Hubbard's
Yeah.
gonna follow.
Kalina's also gonna follow.
In
Anastasius goes to the market.
there is no market.
Finds
This is-
there is no market.
No.
Hold on. Can I make an acrobatics check to fucking jump onto Anastasius?
Sure. Absolutely.
Give me a second. I have to log back in because I had to clear my cache earlier.
But
Cool outfits. Oh,
Bruh.
bruh.
Sorry, I'm having a moment.
Bruh moment.
Wizards of the Coast really is fucking being like that right now.
D&D Beyond is a website of all time.
It is a website.
One of the websites on the internet, truly.
Why are you making me do fucking two-step verification? Suck my ass.
Damn, bro. Damn, bro.
It's me.
Uh,
I'm not in Boston, but okay.
me.
But yeah, we're exploring.
Yeah, you're exploring.
It's
There's...
making me do three-step verification.
Jesus! I'm just gonna, like, tell you some of the shit you see around there. There's a lot of gardens. It makes sense, because, you know, Verbena.
Yeah.
There's also a lot of, like, what you would consider to be laboratories and, like, research halls. You do actually also find what looks like a lecture hall, and when you peek inside, there are, like, spirits of long dead scholars who are inside.
Oh,
You know.
Kalina's about to frickin' freak out.
Yo, get
Is
fucking
there any scholars that she know?
Yeah, are there any scholars that she recognizes?
Yes, there are a couple of, like, extremely famous scholars from, like, different areas of research that are in this grand lecture hall, sort of like, you know, it's the retirement home for them. They're having
Yeah,
fun.
She stops in her tracks and is just like, is Kane there?
Yeah. Kane, like, pauses and he's
She's,
like,
next
ah,
to him, and she just
the
like,
lecture.
you know, like she's always just kind of like tapping and patting his arm, just like, buddy, buddy, buddy.
He just goes, ah, yes, the lecture hall. I thought you might like that.
This is amazing.
Haggard just kind of stands there like, it's a bunch of old guys in a room.
It's not just a bunch of old men in a room. These are some of the most famous scholars throughout history.
Thinkers.
The big thinkers.
And Kalina just like kind of goes on to this like big nerdy ramble about like each of them. Like, you know, like this
Mhm.
one was super famous for this. This one
Yeah.
did like breakthroughs for this specific field.
Mm-hmm.
I would come up with names right now, but
Yeah.
no. No.
Also, Spark, you do manage to jump onto Anastasius.
Hell yeah.
They're like, ha, I tackled you.
Climb
And then
that
they
totem pole.
immediately- And then they immediately, is there like a roof they can jump onto?
There's like probably something you can clamber up onto nearby.
Can I roll to do that?
Yeah. Mm. stabbing myself.
That is a
In the head.
31.
Okay,
Oh.
yeah.
Whoa.
Go for it, Shoddy.
Wow. Bro's on top of Bro's building hopping now.
Wahoo! Yeah. But, since Tagok is kind of just like, it's a bunch of old people, I don't see the point. Abelet tells you, Tagok, that there is also a, like, guild hall where all of the most, like, renowned heroes and warriors in Vera's history that have ascended to the Starlight Realm reside and sort of, yeah.
Tigak just kind of, she just kind of stands there like, you could say she almost looks excited. She were able to express emotions, but she's kind of like,
Excitement? Agok?
Just like
No.
slight eyebrow raise, eyes are a little wider, same deadpan everything else.
tilted a little, just kind of like a,
I'm just like a mod for My Little Pony.
Yeah,
Blink,
you're so right.
Yeah.
like blink. Yeah. And you know, leads you to there, Tagok, and if anybody else wants to go see the famous warriors, who knows, there could be some
really cool guys.
Couple of guys being dudes.
guys and girls.
Anastasius goes to see if there's any engineering style people in this
Nerd.
guy. Oh wait, sure.
That would probably be like in the Artisans Guild sector.
Okay.
As you're wandering now into like the more populated areas where people and spirits tend to congregate more, you do see that there are some other individuals that are not spirits, but they don't look like they're from Vera at all. They look completely alien.
Aliens.
They are larger than you mortals, but not quite as tall as some of the taller gods.
Spark waves hello to some of them from on top of the buildings.
Some of them wave to you. Some of you do sort of recognize that they all seem to be wearing like a similar sort of cut and dry uniform. All of these alien individuals are wearing a uniform. That, like, it is obvious that this is like a mass-produced uniform for, like, you know, something.
I like your outfit.
It gives a sheepish thumbs up. A sheepish thumbs up to you.
Leans over to their other friend.
Why
Why is there a clown here?
is
Let the
there?
clown in.
And they
Oh,
turn
wait,
around,
I
they see.
came in here. I walked in completely on my own. They aren't completely lying for the fun of it.
Turn around, they just see a larger than normal osprey with brightly colored feathers.
I don't think they would know what a normal osprey looks like, actually.
They just see
Would they
a
know
bird.
about birds in general?
Not Vera's birds.
They've been up here for so long that they just have no idea what the fuck is going on down there.
Well, you don't know it, but these people, the ones in uniform, they've never actually been on Vera's surface. They've only been in the Starlight Realm and where they were before then.
They did ask one of them what their name was. Are they just not gonna reply?
Oh, sorry. Why you gotta make me come up with a name? Do you hate me? The individual kind of like looks up at you. They have sort of like larger fractaled eyes, like a fly almost, that are really dark. They're humanoid-esque, but they're very bug-like.
Your eyes are very cool.
Thank you. My name is. How would you say it in language? And they're mumbling to themselves. It's clear that they don't use the language of Vera very often, as it is probably not their first language.
They apologize.
But they say, I think how you would say it in your tongue is souleve.
I'm not gonna say that, but Spark repeats it, nods, and says, "That's a cool name." Would you like to?
That sounds like
Would you-
pasta dish.
Would you like to see a cool trick?
Souleve nods. Just
And then they're
patient
gonna start
individual.
juggling. They're gonna. Should I do
Yeah.
a performance check?
Yeah.
That is a 16.
Yeah, so you do a good little juggling act for them. And they politely watch, and then when you're done, they clap for you.
they give her a thumbs up, and then they're gonna I guess they're gonna just go around and talk to these people. Be like, hello.
Yeah. So you see you all see a bunch of different of these alien individuals. Some who kind of fit similar traits of Sulavi. Some that almost in their traits look a little bit like Verbena. Obviously, like, same racial features as her. There are some that are like almost you know, I don't know, eldritch. Slightly eldritch. There's aliens. They're fucking aliens, guys. I don't know how else to tell you that these are aliens.
Bro, Spark is just casually talking to these aliens. Like,
Yeah, these very large aliens.
it's okay. They just have to make themselves taller, aka get on top of a building.
Mm-hmm.
Or just climb Anastasius.
Yeah. Anastasius, I'm gonna stand on you so I can talk to these people.
POV, you're an alien
Wait.
minding your business, and a fucking clown walks up to you.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm a clown.
Oh, I was
I'm
sent
just
something a while ago that fits perfectly. I have to find it.
Anastasius just flips into draconic and he says, "Damn, a lot of cool-looking beings up here."
Yeah.
Like, verbal draconic.
Yeah. Anastasius, you do eventually find, like, the, Artisans Guild with, you know, all the engineer folk and the spirits. You also find that there are quite a few of the alien individuals in there. Also, like, doing research and work of their own.
Anastasius Anastasius like goes into the building and it just looks around,
Yeah.
taking it all in, but making sure to not touch anything
Yeah.
because they don't want to break nothing.
Mm-hmm. Anastasius, notably, you see that the aliens that are there in the guild are kind of all grouped together right now, and they are talking in a language you do not know or recognize at all around a large hologram table that is showing schematics for what looks like a very advanced airship, but it's completely different from anything that is capable of being made on Vera. Spaceship.
Anastasia, no, hold that thought. Why did I close D&D Beyond?
Because you're
Had it
a
open.
dumbass.
Yes, I know. Shush.
You are stupid.
It's stupid.
Okay, so Anastasius just takes out his ink pen and takes like he doesn't jot down the design, but he jots down some like notes of for inspiration later.
Mm-hmm.
And just so that he can potentially make something cool later.
Yeah.
Fucking loving this.
Let's peek over to what Tagok's doing at the Warriors Guild, and whoever may have also followed Tagok with Avalon to the Warriors Guild. So, Tagok, you step in to the guild, and you can immediately hear like the clashing of metal, and you see these. Did she go away to get a treat? Am I being?
Yeah.
She stepped away for a treat.
It's treat time.
I'm stupid.
She'll be back in a second, though.
Yeah, but in the meantime, Kalina, what you doing, Kalina?
Kalina has, definitely just, like, made her way into the lecture hall and is, probably, talking and, geeking out to,
Getting
probably,
autographs.
Like, some famous, like, yeah, getting autographs, probably talking to, like, a famous, so her major interests is study war history, magic,
Yeah.
something else I don't remember. Anyway, yeah, so probably like a professor like that, like
Mm-hmm.
probably like an arcana professor,
Yeah.
like an arcana scholar.
Yeah. Arcane
Yeah,
scholar. Yeah,
Yeah.
arcane scholar. So yeah.
She's just geeking out, talking to them, again, getting autographs.
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna need to get a new notebook because she's getting so many.
Yeah. You're going around the
No, Miss
room.
Christie. Sorry, I dropped something.
You're making your way around the room, talking to and getting autographs from all of the different scholars that are there. Eventually you do notice, like, take notice of the fact that there are a few notable scholars that you would have thought had ended up here, but aren't.
Oh. Like, huh.
Notably, there's one, like, arcane scholar that is, like, very famous, but he is not here. You do not see him at all.
Kalina, she might actually lean over to Kane and like ask about that. Like, so what exactly? Yeah. Oh, welcome back, Jade.
Back
Kalina asks, what exactly gets someone up here? I
Well.
noticed that there's specifically one scholar that should be here. I would think.
Who?
She says the name.
Kane's
Like,
sort
kind
of like,
describes their achievements and whatnot.
Kane's just like, ah, yes. Well, most people come up here through any one of the deities that has access. But some do not need it, as the achievements are so, noble, heroic, influential, that
Yes.
they are granted admittance to the gates anyways, where they then have to be blessed. But some people, even though they have achieved a lot in their lives and are well known, were not exactly, let's say, pure.
Oh, Kalina's about to. She's about to get some of her dreams crushed. Kalina's just like, what? But how? There's no record of any malpractice by their doing.
Oh. Many great figures have a skeleton in the closet. In his case, it may have been a little less figurative. We discovered after his death that a lot of his experiments that he ran with the arcane arts had some unethical sources.
Is this like the Jane Lax thing? Sorry.
Huh?
No,
I don't know who
you're
the
good.
fuck
You're
that
good.
is.
She had cervical cancer, and when she died, her cells were harvested without
I know her.
her
Ooh.
family's permission. And this guy like did that with a bunch of people.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Just imagine, like, very unethical use of natural material for the study of the arcane arts.
Oh, great. We're stealing corpses now.
Yeah, shit like that.
Kalina,
Can't just
like you
yeah.
can see her like thinking, like she's like, cause like I'm guessing she knows like a decent amount about this scholar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like a lot was documented, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And then like she's thinking of it, just like, wait, but this thing, and this thing, and this thing. Like you just slowly, just like see, like you see the brain gears turning, and then just the slow devolution from confusion to horror.
Kane kind of like scratches his neck. He's like, yeah, not exactly the kind of person that deserves to reach the Starlight Realm.
Yeah, that would make sense. I guess I don't really need to ask about any of the other scholars I thought would be here. I think I know where.
Kane sort of smiles sheepishly, like, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, a majority of the people I thought would be here are here.
Yes.
So that's good. Besides, I got quite a few autographs. I'm gonna need a new notebook after this.
All right.
Distance here.
Nerd. Now that Jade is back, we can pop over to the Warriors Guild and what Tegak sees over there. So, Tegak, you are led to the Warriors Guild by Ablet, and before even entering the door of the guild room, you can hear the clashing of metal. And when you step inside, you can see, you know, the spirits of these long dead warriors still practicing and training in their arts.
Higok just kind of stands on the edge, and like she doesn't enter the room like right away. Evelyn can probably tell that she is a little nervous. You know,
Yeah.
both respect and also a little bit of trauma.
Yeah.
You know.
Tegak, specifically in the room, like, amongst the warriors, you see one warrior who sort of stands out to you personally. You can tell that he is a Nalasarach. And he looks very similarly to you. And in a sense, very similarly to Heros. You can tell that even, like, with the spirit glow on him, that he is wearing, like, charred black armor. And he is heavily scarred.
You got this.
It's a flat 0, so we'll go for it.
She's trying her best.
It's not a negative, so I'll take it.
I love the, like, flash blind thumbs up because it's just the contrast on it. Can't even see my fingers, bro. Where are they?
Jade, what you get?
You are tasty.
Which,
Guess who got a nat 20?
Hey, yo!
alright, good job.
20, babe. Let's go.
Alright, so Tegak, you actually do recognize this figure, as he is one of the ancient children of Heros, and he died in a battle with a great dragon.
Hell yeah.
And it is said that before his death, his armor was a shining gold. But in the battle with the dragon, where both him and the dragon died, his armor was charred a deep black. Yeah. So this is your half sibling.
Hell fucking yeah.
Nice.
And yeah, his legend has sort of been passed down. You heard about him, like, through your family. It's like he is kind of like he's a paragon of, like, good and heroism and, like, what it is to be a follower and child of Heros.
She kind of just stands there and just looks at him.
Yeah.
Huh?
Just
This is an awkward time.
Yeah.
It's very awkward.
Mm-hmm. One thing that you notice about him, like, getting a better look at him, is that his face looks quite young. you would assume that he did not live a very long life before he died in battle.
Damn. That's rough, buddy.
When the legacy lives longer than you do.
I want to go and talk to him, but Tagak's not a social person,
Yeah.
and he's also very awkward.
I feel like she might get the courage to walk up, but then once he says hi, like she just short circuits. It's like,
Probably.
Dies.
I did not think I would get this far.
Hey, little lady, what you doing?
So she kind of like, Ella kind of sees her like take a breath and like lifts herself a little bit. And she's like, okay, I'm just gonna walk over there.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna walk over there.
By the way, his name is Ares.
Aries?
Of course it is.
Ares. Full title is Dragon Bane Ares.
So Tagak's gonna just walk straight towards him. No thoughts about what to do once there. She is only focusing on walk towards him. Just walk towards him.
Yeah.
Conversation? I don't know what that is. Just walk towards him.
Yeah. So height-wise, he is actually not much bigger than you are.
Okay.
He's actually like maybe only 5-ish inches taller.
Oh wow. So I think it's like 5 to 10-ish.
Yeah.
9, around there.
Mhm.
Okay. This is cool, but I don't know what to say. This is why Tagak doesn't talk a whole lot.
It's like, shit, I have to put effort towards thinking.
I have to like talk.
Yeah.
How talk? How do talk?
I'm really trying here.
You're doing great, honey. This is all Tagak's internal dialogue.
Just like slowly shuffling towards, like. What should I do? Ask him to duel. I don't know.
Oh, she's trying her best.
I would very much like to duel him. So she just walks straight up to him. And for those who are watching, she kind of like clicks her heels together and stands like very, very straight and rigid.
At attention.
Essentially, she is kind of in soldier mode. She has like one arm behind and like one in front, and kind of like, you know, she's at attention.
Yeah.
And she just goes, is it Dragon Bane? Is that
Yeah.
Bane?
Bane.
Okay, I have to quick rewrite that because my notes look like it says Born and it's not. There we go.
He's not the Dragonborn.
So she kind of just at attention.
Hey, Skyrim.
And she goes, Southern accent. Okay. Dragonbane Ares.
He
Just kind of
turns and you see the person that is next to him sort of chuckle a little bit and give him a nudge. And he's just sort of like, just like, you know when your friend is being a jackass and you're just like, you're annoying.
Yeah.
He's just like, alright, go away. And the other guy leaves. Ares, like, fully faces you. He says, yes, that is me. Well met.
I'm sorry, repeat that last part?
Well met. Just like, nice to meet you.
Okay.
Baldur's Gate has left too much on my brain.
Like, I would probably just fucking walk away.
It's like, okay, I'm done. Bye.
Okay.
Bye.
Is Teabag socially awkward enough to walk away? Or is she gonna pull out her sword? or something else? I don't
Pull
know.
out your sword.
Panics, pulls out sword. Can I duel you?
That is the most Tagok pilled thing I think I've ever heard.
I know, I'm really nervous to do it. Oh,
It's okay.
right, we'll roll a d4. 1 or 2, she panics and leaves. 3 or 4, she pulls out her sword and says, I would like to duel you.
Is it a duel?
That's a 1.
Okay, Jade, you don't have to do what the dice says.
I know.
If that result makes you upset, then do the other one.
Yeah. Okay. That kind of helps, honestly.
What does you want to do?
So she like visibly panics for a moment, and she kind of like she bows. I'm talking like full 90-degree.
Yeah, 90-degree angle. Yeah.
90-degree angle, and she's just like, it would do me great honor to duel you.
I feel like if Kalina were there, she's just like on the sidelines, like, you're doing great!
You're doing great, sweetie.
You're doing great, sweetie!
Just like, fuck off, I'm older than you.
But, you hear him sort of like, and then he says, well, as much as that would be fun, I believe that is physically impossible for us to do.
Alright.
Makes sense, though. Physically impossible, sad face.
Yeah. He is simply a spirit in the heavenly realm.
Yeah.
And
That means
you
somebody
are,
is supposed to stab you a bunch of times in the chest.
yeah. You have to die and go to heaven to fight him.
Damn, she probably ain't gonna make it.
I ain't making it to heaven, baby.
You'll make it there automatically because you're a child of Heros, I think.
You haven't done anything particularly heinous to warrant not going to heaven.
I mean, she has slaughtered her own friends in gladiator rings, so...
She was forced. I don't think she had much of an opinion on that. Like, I didn't she have much of a choice?
There's so many crumbs.
Slaughter
What
or
the
be
fuck?
slaughtered.
If you asked Tagog, she wouldn't believe she would go to heaven.
Yeah.
But she kind of like blinks for a moment, and the realization of, oh yeah, you're dead. I'm not right now.
Oh.
It's like, oh yeah, that whole thing. She's not the
You
best.
know, the whole, being dead thing.
Yeah.
They never
Cue
tell you to
Beetlejuice.
themselves. You never.
But she kind of blinks for a moment and just goes, well, pleasure.
keep going, girlie. Just keep going.
Just keep going.
Yeah, he kind of just accepts that, like, it's just like, oh, poor kid. She's awkward. Bless her heart.
Awkward person in awkward situation and can't do the one thing that she is good at. Fucking run.
Run.
Run. Get out of here. When can't talk, do sword, but no sword.
Run.
Ebelet eventually catches up to you, and he gives you a pat on the back. And a white people smile.
Yeah.
There you go.
She just kind of stands there and is just like, I know I'm not good at social, but that was really bad. Like, even she knows that that was not good social interaction.
It's like not my best moment.
Just like, that's not a good one.
That's gonna go down in the books. At least Kalina's not here to make fun of me.
Yeah.
Kalina asks just like, so how'd it go?
Good. It went good.
She just goes, fine. Keeps walking.
Yeah. Oh dear.
But Kalina could probably tell that that fine was not
Oh,
fine.
yeah. It's like, oh no.
Fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely gonna happen once like they all meet back up.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Colbert, do you want to do anything, buddy pal? Anything you want to look for? Anything you are looking for in heaven?
I was mostly following around Spark and playing around with their antics.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Goofy
Spark's
shit.
fucking building hopping, bro.
Yeah. Be careful not to fall into the clouds. You will go straight to the spirit realm.
They've lived a good life. Their mission was mostly accomplished. They talked
Yeah.
to their dad.
I mean,
You fall out of the
Colbert is with you. He could catch you. I think Spark
Yeah,
is small
honestly.
enough.
Mostly he's there for the shits and giggles, but also he knows that he'll be able to save Spark.
This clown has a death wish.
They have pointed out that they have a death wish on multiple occasions.
Yeah.
Do they see anything interesting while they're up there with Colbert?
You see, like, all the interesting architecture and the gardens that are down below and stuff. And, Spork, could you give me a perception roll, please? Spork?
Give me a second. I had to move
Mr.
to the
S-
staircase
Yeah.
because my knees and hips were saying,
Ouchie.
"Hey."
Mr. Spoonfork, could you give me a perception roll?
17 heart emoji.
Alrighty. Okay. So, Spark, something catches your eye up in the night sky above you.
Is it the penis?
It's not the penis. It's not the penis. You notice that it looks like there is a small sort of cluster of stars that are different colors than the rest of the stars that are moving and blinking very slowly across the sky.
They kind of stop and go, Colbert, 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 Colbert. Look.
What?
And then they point up at the weird stars and go, look. Do you think it's gonna hit the second tower?
inspiration point for Spark.
Oh,
Inspiration point for Spark. In 9/11. That was a good 9/11 joke. Thank you. Shit.
I'm sorry. I was legally obligated.
yeah, that's funny.
Oh,
Oh fuck, that's
I've done that kind of joke one other time, and I got my grandma yelled at me.
I mean, yeah, I don't exactly blame her.
We're bad people. We're bad people. But yeah, you get inspiration for that, Spark.
Bruh.
inspired.
That made me laugh like hell.
Horrible.
We're
All of
going.
You are horrible.
I am
Listen.
going to hell when I die.
You're better.
They say that a tragedy becomes a comedy after like 22.3 years or something. It's been long enough. We're allowed to make the jokes now.
Okay, but anyway, they're like, yeah, that's really weird, right? You don't. What's it doing?
Caleb, if you look, you do. Colbert, you see it as well.
What do we do? What do we do about
I don't know.
Can I?
Maybe you can find. It's like in space, bitch.
Spark doesn't know that. They don't understand.
You could try to find a telescope or something.
Oh, they could. They send a group chat message and say, "Hey, did the observatory have a telescope, and can I go back there?"
Kalina, she hears this and she looks to Kane and says, "Kane, did the observatory have a telescope?" Spock is wondering.
Yes. Why?
Tell them I want to see the PP.
Kalina, like she's listening, and then you see like the realization just and Kalina just says, "They want to see your constellation you made in your youth."
Tell them it's fine to go back as long as they don't break anything.
Kalina sends the message.
You get a thumbs up emoji and go, "Okay, Colbert, let's go to the observatory and see if we can look at it."
Alright.
They're gonna go back.
So the two of you go back to the observatory, and you see that like it's like this big sort of octagonal room with like pillars, and then it's like open air, and then open dome. And in one of the corners there is like something that has a drape over it.
They very carefully take the drape off.
Underneath is a very nice looking telescope.
Hell yeah, they're gonna use that telescope
Mm-hmm.
very carefully. They do not want to break it.
Alright.
Uncle Kane said so. Don't break anything.
So now I'm gonna need you to make an investigation to see if you can focus that telescope correctly onto where you saw the thing.
I got a 13.
Holding the dice this close to my fucking face so I can see it. I'm so blind. But Spark, it takes you a little bit, but you are able to sort of just barely focus on the area. It's a little blurry though, so you will have to do some adjusting with the telescope if you want it to be clearer. But
Hey, Colbert, can you help me? You're better at this than I am.
Yeah, so Holbart, can you make a wisdom roll, please? Just straight wisdom, please. Yes.
Damn.
Alright. So, Colbert, you are able to help Spark adjust the telescope so that it focuses in correctly. And now, Spark, you are able to more clearly see what is up there. And what you see is a large ship floating through that's orbiting Vera.
Interesting.
And the lights you saw were like, you know, the blinking lights of the ship.
I think it's a spaceship, Colbert.
Oh,
Here,
what?
look. Here, look. It's a ship.
Mm-hmm.
I do.
Yeah. Colbert, you look through the telescope and you see the ship as well.
I type in brain group chat. There's a ship. What?
There's a ship. There's a ship. What?
Kalina also hears this, and she's just like she also senses it. What do you mean there's a ship? Is there like a shipyard around here?
Like in the sky?
Anastasia, she just in the brain group chat shoots. I saw like a hologram-esque projection of the schematics, but nothing I think anyone could make.
It doesn't look like a boat. No, it's like in the. It's. Hold on.
Yeah, I
Spark-
know what a
Spark does
spaceship
the-
is, but I don't think Tega
Tega
knows
does
what a
it.
spaceship is.
Yeah, no. Spark is
It's like-
gonna
like a boat.
telepathically show them what they're seeing.
Yeah. So, what you all are seeing through Spark's vision is it's very smooth. And it seems to be made out of like a white painted metal from what you can tell at this distance.
Do you think Cade would know, Kalina?
Kalina, like she sees this and just looks up to Kane. Kane.
Hmm?
Do you know of any ships in the sky? Spark is seeing something interesting from the telescope.
Oh,
Also, tell them I couldn't find the penis.
She omits that part.
he's like, yeah, I've never seen it for myself, but I had heard from my elders that the ship that our parents came to Vera, or came to this area to build Vera on, still orbits the planet. So that could be it.
Kalina, she like her eyes are just widening, and she just says, like Space Ranger?
He kind of snorts a little bit and says, yes, like Space Ranger.
Yeah, I know it's silly. Stories and a little thing that I've been interested in the whole series.
Yes. All right.
Spark goes, I have a feeling Kalina's being a huge nerd right now. To Colbart.
When is she not?
Fair enough. Hey Colbart, do you want to see if we can find the space penis?
I might know where it is. I see. Okay, one of the reasons why Colbart asked, what time of year we see it, is because a few of the kids, especially the kids that he grew up with, noticed it, and like half of like all of the adults are saying, no, your guys are making it up.
It fucking points to north, I swear.
That points to the
If
north.
that's your
Yeah, it points to the north. If
north-facing
you need to know where north is, follow the
I will
dick.
be so
The
sad
tip
if
is
all of
aligned to
them-
north. The tip is aligned to north. If you follow the tip upwards, you'll find the North Star.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I accidentally swallowed a bit of pizza wrong. Ugh.
Don't die.
Can we look for it? Can we look
Yeah, absolutely.
When they find it, they send another image to the group chat.
Yeah.
Anastasius, after seeing that image, just closes his eyes and pinches the ridge of his nose and saying, right, now I need the brain bleed. I appreciate you lads having fun. I just, and they just plunge out of the discomfort.
Kalina, once she once she sees the constellation pop up, she just sighs and just says, well, they found your constellation, Kane.
He just sort of grumbles.
You walk by the observatory and you hear Colbart and Spark giggling like teenagers.
I mean, to be fair though, I think just about anybody would.
Honestly, I think that Kane has single-handedly brought joy to millions.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Kane. We appreciate you.
Kalina, like, she thinks for a moment. She says, "How old did you say you were when you made that again? Like the equivalent of a teenager?"
More like young child, but I was only about, I don't know, 7,000 years old.
Oh dear.
For reference, he's like over 40,000.
Ah, so he was like,
7. Like 7 years old.
Little Bingus.
so first grader.
Yeah. You know.
Kalina, like, she laughs a little bit, just says, "Oh, started young, did we?
Mm.
Are there any other mysterious constellations we should know about?
No.
Are you sure?"
Yes.
Please do an insight check.
Yes, I will.
Jackass.
Okay, hold on. Do I have advantage on insight checks, or is that persuasion and deception? Okay, that's persuasion and deception that I have advantage on. Okay, not insight. Dirty 20. Thank you. +7 to insight.
From what you can tell, he is telling the truth.
And Kalina's just like, alright, alright. I believe you. For now.
Mm.
And she just like gives like a little grin.
He rolls his eyes.
And Kalina's
He sort of makes a just meh, meh, little face.
Yeah, like, arms crossed, just like. Angie. No talk, I'm Angie.
Yeah.
Curls up in pillow pile.
So, very quickly, Anastasius just sends a couple of screenshots via brain chat of the notes he took. Okay, and that's just a inspiration now for some things I could make down on the land.
Buggers.
And Pigga does not understand any of the schematics you send, but just goes.
Thumbs up.
She nods in response, and somehow you know that she
Yeah.
has nodded in her response.
Yeah.
Kalina is very intrigued. She's like, ooh, this looks fun to make. Best of luck to you with that.
Thank you.
I'm still giggling internally over the fact that Kane put a penis in the sky.
It's funny. Also, like, kind of makes sense, honestly.
Yeah, he's always, from what we've been told, he's always just been kind of a little shit.
He's a silly little guy.
Mm-hmm.
But also, like, of course, a small child decided, haha, what if I put a penis in the sky?
Yeah.
If he didn't, someone else would have.
Yeah, someone else
You know?
definitely would have.
Yeah.
I was wondering
It
if
is Avalet's idea.
I was like, Hoth should have had something to do with that.
Hoth finds out about it, just like, oh, what
You
is
did it
Kane and
without me.
It's like, and you didn't tell me?
And you did it.
Betrayal, little brother. Betrayal.
For shame.
Boy,
Shame.
shame. That you didn't invite me.
Spark asks Colbert if there's anything else that he wants to do.
Honestly, not really. I've been flying around before we went off, just when I got a good view of things.
You can always
They
look through the
nod.
telescope and see if you can find anything else interesting.
That's true.
Do you think if we can see Kane and Kalina from here?
Oh my god, I gotta try.
Can they?
Yes.
Can Spark send a screenshot to Kalina?
With the caption stalking you.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Yes.
I see you.
Yeah. Kalina, you receive basically a screenshot of you and Kane from far, far away. Like zoomed in. Really far.
Kalina, she sees this and she paused, she was probably in the middle of talking to Kane, but then she immediately pauses, blinks, and just looks in the direction of where the observatory is.
Yeah. Spark and Colbert, you just see her turn around.
Spark starts laughing.
Kalina just says, those two they're watching us from here.
I used to do that.
Oh, not you two.
Can I also see Tagok from here?
Probably, yeah.
I do the same thing to Tagok.
Just able to observe the whole entire city from
Yeah,
up
I'm
there.
doing it to the party. Each individual person is getting a getting a picture of themselves from the observatory with the
Yeah.
caption, "I see you."
Tagok, without any acknowledgement,
Spark sends back a frowning emoji.
Me. Round.
Jacob does not respond. She does not check the book.
Anastasius, how do you react with the photo of yourself sent to you?
Hmm.
Anastasia suggested privacy would be nice, you know. I'm just standing here looking over schematics. How rude.
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 They're like, Spark's just like, we need to come back here sometime.
Yeah.
All right. They're gonna go see if they can get back with the group.
Yeah.
Wait, quick question.
Yes.
There's like a cloud barrier, right?
Yeah.
Okay, damn it. I was wondering if the telescope works up, would it work down? But clouds.
Yeah.
Rip.
They just want to be like, hey, I could see the Brightwood Manor from here.
I can
the
see.
house from here.
I can see you from my house.
Yeah. Spark puts the cloth back onto the telescope unless Colbert wants to look at it more.
Yeah. You want to search for anything in the sky, Colbert?
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Fine.
Okay. Make an investigation roll.
Yeah. Fuck.
Even if that's his thing.
Did you get a bad?
Did you nat one that, buddy?
Okay.
Plus 12, 13.
Like, what,
It's still a 13.
Yeah. God.
It's a nat 1, so no.
Yeah, it's a.
Automatic fail.
Yeah. You point it back up to the sky, and it's like crazy out of focus. So you're gonna have to try to focus it again if you want to be able to see anything up in the sky. So you can make another roll.
Right, okay.
You just gotta readjust.
Oh, that's better. It's a 23.
Yeah. That's better than 23.
I rolled an 11.
I know. It's still a 23.
Yeah.
Okay, so Colbert, you sort of look up into the sky, you sort of gloss past the spaceship that's up there, and you're looking at all the stars, and in the distance you see, like, you know, indications of possible planetoids out in, like, far beyond. And you're just like taking your time, sort of just like scanning the sky until eventually you come across what looks like a abnormal dark shape in the sky that you can only describe as dagger-like.
Ooh, what you seeing? Colbert, what are you seeing?
Sky knife.
Another PP?
Sky knife.
No. Sky knife. I sent a screenshot to Spark, so I could just
Yeah.
looking.
Spark, what you see is, like, you know, the night sky and, like, the galaxy, and then an area that is indeed shaped like a dagger that is completely void of any color. This, like, just pure black.
there's like a black void area, like that looks like dagger shape.
Did he send like a screenshot?
I'll send it now.
Yeah. Sending screenshot.
Yeah, Kalina,
Um,
she sees this, and she also kind of blinks, and she looks up to Kane again and says, "Okay, I found something else weird. Did they? They said they found a sky knife, and they're looking out to the great beyond of the stars and space, and they've just found this black void shaped like a dagger. Hold on, let me try and draw it.
Yeah.
Spark kind of tugs Hilbert's shoulder and goes, "Maybe we should look at something else."
Huh?
However, they refuse to elaborate.
Okay.
But like, if you look at them, you can tell that they're visibly uncomfortable.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Knife?
What does
Take out knife.
does Kane have any response to like Kalina like drawing the thing out and like describing it to him?
Yeah, so after you describe it and draw it out, Kane sort of makes like a scrunched up face of like confusion. And he's like, never seen anything like that. If it's been there, it's new. Could be some astral body floating around out there, but I mean, I haven't been to the Starlight Realm in a very long time.
Yes. It seems odd if it were any sort of astral body because there's no color to it at all, no shadows, no light. It's just a void.
Hmm.
Almost like it's trying to hide.
True.
Can Kalina like do like an investigation check on like the image that Colbart sent?
Yes.
Alright.
Also send something in
Zoom in.
DMs to you, Funky.
Enhance. Zoom in. Enhance.
Enhance.
Ooh.
Enhance.
Total of 24. Almost got a nat 20.
Dang. Okay, so Kalina, the edges of like the mass are really unnaturally sharp. It's like very clear cut. And you can see like how there are stars around. And you can even see like the glowing of stars peeking out from behind the mass.
Okay. Kalina, she's thinking for a bit and like looking at both her sketch and like the image sent in her brain. And she just kind of looks up at Kane and says, "You don't think it could be another ship, do you? It's not naturally shaped. It's too rigid and straight."
I mean, I suppose it is possible, but from what I'd been told, nobody else in the known universe knows about this place.
True, it's just unnerving given this whole situation.
Yes, I understand.
Especially the situation with Fen. Not to
Yes.
mention your father
Yes.
You could also hear Kalina mutter. Chapter 11 to Space Ranger.
She's nerding.
She is a nerd. She has read every installment of the Space Ranger series, okay?
Yes.
She has memorized everything. Because what is she?
I'm
Uh,
nerd.
A nerd!
But she's our nerd.
Just letting you know, Colbert, as you were looking at it, Spark did eventually leave the observatory.
I will take one last look and I'll leave too.
Yeah.
They're gonna go find Kalina and Kane.
Yeah. You know where they are since you had seen them down on, like, you know, the street level.
I know where you are. I know where you are.
Once they get there, you can tell that they're kind of unnerved, Kalina, and they go, "I want to go home."
Kalina, she looks a bit concerned, but she nods. All right, we'll just gather everyone else up. We have been here for quite some time. And Kalina, she does send a brain message specifically to Spark, and says, "Was it about what you saw in the telescope?"
They'll reply with, "I need to talk to you and Clement a little bit later. Just not right now."
Kalina just gives a brain nod. Okay.
Not of understanding.
Not of understanding.
Yeah. So, all of you sort of group back together and get ready to head back to the Deep Realm to rest before, you know, deciding what to do. The root, you can't just leave the roots there. Poor little guys, the Apollonians. They so sad.
We just dish them and just live the rest of our lives in the Starlight Realm.
Is that a,
It's like, I peace.
is that a fucking rabbit in cowboy boots? Oh god. Ignore me.
God.
But yeah. Everybody sort of groups back together and then takes the Aurora Bridge back. And, you know, Pan bug.
It's a living pan.
The Pan cast iron bug.
Oh my
Open.
god, I love it.
One day Bertha's Pan will become that.
I was just about to say that.
Same brain, same brain, same brain.
Just springs out legs and then goes off to be.
Yeah. After she dies, it gains sentience.
Yeah.
Nobody can catch him.
That would be neat.
So y'all are walking back towards the gazebo on the Aurora Bridge right now. It is full nighttime, and everything's real dark. Really, the only light is the glow of the bridge.
Cassius just to himself for one, like he thinks, I wonder if my folks are up here, but at the same time, now is probably not the best time
So eventually, you guys all make it back safe and sound to the Deep Realm. Kane checks in and confirms that nobody tried to get into the palace. Everything's good.
Yay!
All's pog. Yeah. And then he begins sort of telling people to arrange accommodations for everybody to rest for the night.
We're having lots of guests.
And now would be the good time for Spark to go talk to Kalina and Clement. Spark? Spark, are you ready?
After a bit, yeah, Spark does tap Kalina's shoulder and asks to get Clement. Because they don't know where Clement is right now.
Yeah,
Brain message Clement.
Kalina just nods and just says, yes, of course. And Kalina shoots Clement a message, just like, Clement, where are you?
It takes a minute for him to respond. Like, just a few seconds, but enough to where you're like, bitch, don't leave me on red. But he's like, I'm with Chatsu, what do you need?
Kalina, like, sorry, I just snorted.
Bro was getting down. Bro was getting down.
You don't know.
Spark whispers to Kalina, if he's in the middle of something, then don't worry about it.
Kalina just says, no. He's going to be coming here.
I think he'd be mad at Waste of One if he took that long to respond, Kalina.
Kalina, she just ignores that and just says, Spark wants to talk to you and me, and it seems very important.
Be there in a moment. Well, you know.
Kalina, relays her location.
Yeah. He just says, alright. And then Discord disconnect sound. Bloop.
Yeah, Discord disconnect.
Bloop. But before long, Clement arrives. He's in sort of like, evening lounge clothes.
Yeah. Spark is like bringing their hands together and they're like, so Clement, you know when I started freaking out on the beach?
He sits down beside you and he's like, yes?
It happened again with, there's a sky knife above the Starlit Realm, and it made me feel icky. The same icky way that I felt with the things on the beach.
Right. And then Clement sort of like explains it to Kalina, because I don't think she was there
Yeah.
when that happened. But
All Kalina got out of them was grapefruit magic.
grapefruit magic.
Yeah.
So Clement sort of explains the situation that Spark was able to sense the magic from the runes in the sand on the beach, and the phrase orange magic, grapefruit magic, similar but not the same, and that it gave them like an icky feeling, and that, yeah, Spark got that from looking at the sky knife.
Kalina, you can kind of see her tense up a little bit. Not like angry, but more like defensive in a way. Yeah, it's like, oh, I swear if I need to punch someone. Like that kind of defensive. And Kalina just says, hey, it's alright, it's alright. Though this
I keep closing my book. Sorry, I didn't know it was picking up.
Oh, okay. I was wondering what that was.
Yeah. It's like you're tapping the mic.
Yeah, it was like you were tapping the microphone.
I'm just closing my book. But
Sting.
it make a good sound. Erg.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good. But yeah, Kalina, she, says, this does seem very important. Especially if you felt that not just once, but twice. Also, is that sneezing in the background?
No, it sounded like a dog. That sounded like pork.
Sneezing or dog, we'll never know.
No, that's my dad. Sorry.
Called it!
Play.
To be fair, I think my dog does like to bark at him when he sneezes.
Fucking hilarious.
Yeah, but yeah. Anyway. Alright, third time's a charm. But yeah, Kalina just says, this does seem very important, especially if this has happened not once, but twice.
3 times.
Well, 3 times.
Rock.
Rock. Rune. Knife.
Yeah, oh yeah, rock, rune, knife. Okay. So, but yeah, Kalina, she just says, especially if it's happened 3 times now. You know, 1 is happenstance, 2 is coincidence, 3 is enemy action. I don't quite remember what that's from. Some weird spy show I watched in the theater. Clement, do you remember that?
Vaguely, yes.
It doesn't really matter. Making James Bond references.
Bames John to Bonds John. Bond.
But yeah, she says, I do believe this is important enough to tell Kane and Adelit and the other servant lords.
Yes.
They get mad at me.
They're not gonna get mad at you.
They're here to help us. And trust me, it would take quite a lot for them to get mad at you.
And then Kane sort of like does a little heroic fucking no, shut up, Clement. It's Clement. It's Clement. Shut up, 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 shut up. It's Clement. Eat my entire asshole.
No.
Clement does like a little heroic pose and says, besides, if they do get mad, I'll kick their asses.
Kalina, she snorts at that.
Spark kind of laughs a little bit.
It's like, well, I'd love to see you try, Clement. You're not as spry as you used to be.
Oh, please.
In fact, I'm pretty sure my father was just a bit of a better warrior than you, wasn't he?
He makes a face.
Uncle and Auntie, stop fighting.
Please stop fighting. But
If anything, over your auntie and your grandpa.
Ooh, old. You're old. You're
enough of the sharp words. I actually do have something important to ask Spark. For God's sake.
Oh, what if we don't talk about the important thing and instead talk about the sky?
he puts his hand on your shoulder, says, Spark, I've been meaning to ask you. It's particularly about some of the strange magical happenings that seem to just manifest around you. You're aware of them, right? The censorship with horn honking, the random musical numbers playing.
Can they roll deception to say I don't know what you're talking about?
Sure. He'll roll insight against you.
Well, good luck with that. I got a 23.
I don't even remember what his fucking insight is.
Kalina can give advantage.
True.
Damn it.
Also, cat.
Catto, catto,
Look at the
catto.
slow blinks.
Well, he rolled a 26 on his highest, so
Damn.
he has a +9 to insight.
Damn.
He dealt with Kalina when she was
Kalina
growing.
and her
Right.
siblings.
Yeah, he had to develop a high insight to deal
Yeah.
with the right woods.
Yeah. Crafty little bitches.
Yeah.
But Clement gives you a look, and he's like, "Come on, Spark. All I need to know is, are you doing that intentionally?"
Sometimes,
So,
not always.
so sometimes it just happens. You're not in control of it.
They kind of nod and they go,
Right.
I mean, it's something that's always happened.
Right.
I never really thought of it as a weird thing until you're kind of pointing it out.
I-
It would piss off my mom a lot.
Okay. Do we remember if who got talked about the whole thing with Spark possibly having something done to them that is causing their fainting? Who
I do remember that.
who would Kalina sort of like have a moment perhaps of like mom connection?
Yeah, she probably would.
Yeah.
And
And Clement kind of like gives you that look of like you know what I'm thinking.
yeah, Kalina, she sends Clement a like a little brain message,
I
I know what you're thinking.
know what you're thinking.
And
What I'm thinking.
while they're kind of doing that, Spark just kind of rambles a bit, and they're like, I always thought it was just me being a bard naturally, because it's always like related to clownery and stuff. And clown bard, that's what that equals, right? I have better control over it now. I mean, when I was younger, I would accidentally break things, but that
Clement sort of like snaps back and he's like, "You used to accidentally break things. Well, what used to happen?"
So you know when we first saw Estrellas and I accidentally did that spell?
Yes.
That would happen sometimes
Oh.
whenever I'd freak out.
Okay.
Or that's why I don't like the thought of breaking things, which is why I freaked out with the teacup, because I was like, oh shit, I did that, didn't I?
Oh no, that was 100% me, hun.
Yeah, I know, but I didn't know that at the time.
I know.
Now,
Yeah, they're just incessant rambling.
he like very seriously like turns towards you and puts his hand on your shoulder and he's like, "Do you remember a time in your childhood where you didn't faint?"
They kind of pause and go, yeah. I was like, 6 and before, I think.
Clement sort of makes a like slightly distressed face, and it's noticeable to you, Spark.
They kind of look at you and they go, what? Didn't we conclude that it's probably just a heart condition that we don't really know about?
No, Spark, we think that there may be a chance that to get your powers under control, your mother might have done something to you, and a side effect of it was that you fainted.
They kind of pause and go, oh, well, that's better than what I thought.
He looks like surprised. It's like, huh? What were you thinking?
Oh, I was talking to Kate about it because like I was like, oh, this is like getting worse because I mean like for a while it was just every once in a while, but it was getting worse. I'm like, I don't know, maybe it's just related to the fact that whenever I get upset emotionally, I faint. So I thought maybe my mom couldn't handle the fact that I had temper tantrums when I was younger, and then did it.
Both are terrible options. One is no better than the other.
Well, at least with the magic one, I can assume she had good intentions for once. I mean, I was breaking things.
All children break things, Spark. Whether with their hands or with magic.
Kalina, she just nods. She's remembering a time that she definitely broke something at least once. Probably a fancy. Something fancy. Something expensive.
And Clement sort of like gestures to Kalina and says, I remember when she broke a crystal cake stand.
Oh, not that.
Yeah,
Bad, that.
it wasn't your fault.
Favorites.
I know, but
No, it
you were a
wasn't.
child. It wasn't your fault. Children, don't have the fine motor capabilities of an adult, and sometimes things get broken, and sometimes they don't know how to control their and regulate their emotions, so they lash out in unpredictable ways. That's just how kids are. Believe me, I've dealt with a lot of children.
Kalina, she just laughs a little bit.
And they
Equally
think
right ones.
they kind of just go, I don't think you're quite understanding. And they kind of pause and go, do you think the burn group chat will let me show you memories? Is that a thing? I don't know.
Maybe. You can try.
Alright, so they're gonna try to show an earlier memory of them before the I call it like the overload with them passing out would happen. So they were about 5, and they had gotten into a little spat with their mom about something. And you see that when they stomp their feet, a lot of glass just fucking breaks. And then you see, and then you see the mom, you see Annalise, like, yell at Spark, and then just, like, grab them by the arm, and then the memory ends.
Kalina, she just sees this and just says, "That's how your mom treated you."
Oh, no, don't worry about that part. Don't worry about that part. I'm talking about the glass.
That's just a sign of very powerful magical abilities that are sprouting. When magic uses are that young, especially if they're born with it, it sometimes takes form in that way. Emotions are magic is heavily regulated by emotions. And with someone that young, it's a lot more common than you might think to end up with a broken window or a shattered glass from a simple temper tantrum, even if they didn't directly interact with any of it.
They just kind of, like, rub their arms and go, I'm not sure if I can believe you.
Clement then, he decides to tell you a story about, Phosphus and Vivel that he had heard. And he tells you that when Vivel was very young, he would, when he was upset, he would hide away, and wherever he walked, he would snuff out every candle in the castle. Just by walking past it. Every fire would go out when he was upset. and he wasn't even doing it intentionally.
This makes sense for something like that, given the fact that Spark is a demigod, technically.
Yeah.
Yeah, they still don't quite believe that, even though the facts
They're
are
a lot more
literally
powerful
right
than
in
they
front of them.
realize.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like, the thing is, like, sure, it taught that taught my dad, but on my mom's side, there's no records of magic at all. I mean, they're a family of thieves. They don't use magic at all.
Hmm.
There's probably just something wrong with me.
Oh.
There's nothing wrong with you, Spock. Sure, you can be a bit stubborn at times. And then he ruffles your hair. But there's nothing wrong with you. But I guess, like, after a little bit, you all sort of separate to go bed.
I need to hug Spark.
Give Spark a hug.
Fleshy.
Give Spark a
They're a
hug.
little bit traumatized.
Go bed.
It's okay.
Yeah. After Spark has sort of left, Clement walks up to you, Kalina, and says, Kalina, do you remember the name of Spark's family on the mother's side?
Sorry, what was it?
Yep. Spark's, like,
Coven Blaze.
Coven Blaze.
Yeah, you're right. It's
Yeah,
Kevin Blaze.
Kalina, she says Coven Blaze is
Alright.
Kalina, don't she?
Yes,
Out of him.
I know. Surface level. I believe they're hiding something. And I'm gonna look into it.
Surprised either. Alright.
I'll get back to you if I find anything.
Alright. In the meantime, I think I'm going to turn in for the night. It's been a long day.
Well, good night to you.
Night.
And then he gives you a hug and, like, a kiss on the forehead.
Yeah, like Kalina just like has to just like kneel down a bit. Cause he's so small.
Mm-hmm.
And she's so tall.
She's probably taken off her heels.
Yeah,
But
even
still.
she's still super tall. Yeah, off to bed Kalina goes in her room. Hooray.
Hooray.
It's kind of weird to call her room because technically it's Kane Deceased's wife's room.
Yeah.
But we don't talk about that.
Yeah.
It's her room now.
Anybody have anything they want to say before a long rest?
I wanna
Titties.
hug
Honest.
Spark. Wanna hug them.
Hug the baby, hug.
Get hugged.
Honest Arceus, it just goes like instead of a regular bed, he does what he does in the manor and just goes to the nearest path to leave.
Mm.
And imagine if like you accidentally went into someone else's room and then like, you know, the person wakes up to like use the bathroom or whatnot, turns on the light and then just sees this man passed out in their bathtub.
Zonked.
Snoring. Gurgling.
And then you just hear the just like high pitched shriek.
Ah!
Just
Yeah. Yeah, so everybody's winding down for the night. And such as.
Long rest.
Yeah, long rest.
Long rest.
Damn.
that's long
Oh,
rest.
you know what? I almost clicked the wrong button.
Damn.
What button did you almost click?
Short rest.
Oh, that's not so bad.
Yeah, I know. I'm just a little stupid.
Spark couldn't sleep that night.
Aww.
Aw.
Cry.
I almost clicked delete character. A character just...
Oh,
No, I didn't. I'm just saying that'd be funny if that's what it was.
God.
Yeet. You would have had to type in delete to actually do it.
Yeah.
Thank
I know
goodness
I
that
do.
they that little safe hold in. But yeah, you all wake up after a good while. It's not morning because it's the deep realm. There is no morning in hell. There is no
morning in hell.
There's no night, there's no
woke up
morning.
in slightly brighter time.
Yeah. It's been a good while. You have slept. So, you know, you wake up. Everybody's just sort of hanging out in, like, a common area, eating food. Talking. Do a little role play for me, my children. Dance, my children, dance.
Just like Spark is still visibly nervous.
Clement gets a little more coffee than he usually does.
Oh. Bro didn't sleep well.
Or maybe he stayed up late.
Because he didn't sleep well.
But, yeah. Y'all be having breakfast in the deep realm. It's a pog
What
moment.
do we even eat in the deep realm?
Food?
Do we get imports from the overworld?
Probably.
Yeah. The imports would come in to the temples. Or, yeah. Import would come in to Kane's temple, and then down to the deep realm.
Imagining like one of the people that's helping us get food or breakfast ready. The cupboard ask, "Where did we get this stuff?" And then they answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Explain the logistics.
Have a little bit of an
Yes.
little bit of a
Sans.
thing.
Answer is yes.
Big yawn.
Tagak, would you be sitting with Kalina by chance? Or near to Kalina?
Probably.
Yeah. Okay.
Just kinda out of it today, so.
Yeah.
Probably just
The embarrassment of
Yeah.
yesterday.
over there.
I'm so embarrassed from yesterday, guys.
And also no amulet.
Yeah, that's really it. Her sleep's been fucking rough.
You can just ask Kane to slap you with that fucking melatonin.
You know, she's not gonna do that.
Buenos dias, Tagak. Whop! It's a reference to a stupider thing. Buenos dias, Mandy.
Yep, I know what you're talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
Tumblr.
Tumblr. Don't worry about it. It's
Oh,
very
that was a
stupid.
voice crack. Oh my god.
Ah!
That was. But yeah.
So,
She's not sleeping the best. And of course she's not gonna fucking talk to anyone about it.
yeah. Tagak, you vaguely notice somebody approaching, like, where you, Kalina, and, like, Kane and the kiddos, TM, are sitting.
We're at the front.
There's a bunch.
Because Kalita was so tired, she went there on instinct instead of sitting with the rest of the group.
Yeah.
Write that down. Write that down.
Yeah. Maggie, write it down.
She's just so used to doing that when she visits the deep realm. Just like, I'm just gonna sit next to everyone. Hi, guy.
Hey, guy, don't give a fuck.
Yeah. Tagok's up there,
Pull back
cause
a chair for her.
yeah. Tagok, I'm gonna sit at the end of the table. Pull up a chair for me. I don't give a fuck. Yeah. So, Tagok, you vaguely notice it, but then Kalina, you notice that it is Azuli who is coming up to the table, and she sort of like shuffles in behind and stands behind Kane and sort of like does a little gesture for him to like lead over. And then she whispers something in his ear, and you see him make a face, and then the snakes like sort of react.
Oh?
He's trying not to react, but they're like, ponder, slight concern.
Kalina, she sees this and, my lord, another kid beat Tetris. My high score. But yeah, Kalita, she kind of leans over to Kane and says, "Everything all right?"
I scored. Not I scored. My lord. But Kane sort of like blinks a little bit and then turns his attention to you, and he's like, yes. I think everything is fine. Well, I can't tell you just yet. I need to confirm some things. And then he gets up from the table and he says something to Chatu in Nagalayan very quietly. And Chatu just sort of like nods. And then Chatu relays to Nyoka. And then Nyoka very quickly shovels some food in his mouth and then gets up. And then Chatu eventually gets up as well. And Chatu leans down to you, Kalini's like, sorry about this. Hopefully everything, you know, will get resolved quickly, and we'll tell you about it later.
Alright. Just be careful.
Of course. And then he goes off. You do notice that as they are leaving the dining hall, that both Nyoka and Chatu manifest their weapons. They don't put them in, like, you know, an offensive, but they're just readying them.
Yeah. Kalina,
Just in
she
case.
sees this and is immediately more concerned. And
They got indifferent in the background.
yeah, she does. Wait, is Nyoka in the brain group chat?
Yes. Nyoka and Chatu are both.
Yeah, Kalina, she sends a message to because like she already told Chatu to stay safe. She sends a message to Nyoka and just says, "Stay safe, all right?"
We'll try.
Spark see them leave?
Yeah, Spark sees them leave. First see Kane leave, and then the two of them file in behind, and you see them, like, you know, manifest their weapons out.
Is Clement nearby?
Yeah, Clement is.
Spark just fucking looks at Clement, like, the widest eyes. It's like, Clement.
Yeah. Clement seems to, like, focus in sending a message to Chatu, probably, and then sort of, like, makes a face. It's just like, Probably ask Chatu what's going on, and Chatu's like, I can't tell you.
No.
Mother.
Can Sparks sneak after them?
You definitely can try.
Can they cast not polymorph? Can they cast disguise self on themselves?
Wouldn't Kane also stop them?
Probably like have the whole place on lockdown. I wouldn't be surprised. Like like guards at the entrances and exits into the the mess hall.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, no one comes in or comes out until everything's been settled.
Mm-hmm.
You're just trying to have breakfast.
Yeah. We're just
But
trying to
can
have
they, like-
breakfast, man.
Can they shape change themselves into like?
A soldier?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So you're gonna shapeshift yourself into one of Kane's soldiers and follow?
Yes.
Alright.
After if they see another group, if they see a group of soldiers go, they're gonna follow.
Yeah. So you see Azuli walk up to a group of soldiers and like whisper down to what looks like a captain and tells him something, and then he makes a motion for like his troop to stand up and go, and they're all grumbling and stuff. Motherfucker. I waited in line for the pancake for so long. You notice that one guy, like, fucking just picks up a pancake like a taco and just starts eating it.
Me too,
Like,
buddy.
picks up the pancake as the taco shell, shovels some like eggs and hash
Put some
Ew.
fucking bacon, drizzle a little maple syrup.
And Soldier Spark give a nod and a thumbs up to that guy. Like, you know what? Fuck yeah, dude.
gives off the vibe of like when like firefighters or EMS are called and they're just like, motherfucker.
Yeah. But, Spark, can you please make a deception roll to see if you can, easily blend in with the troop?
Okay, is that base roll or advantage because I'm shape changed?
Advantage because shape change.
Thank you. Now watch me struggle to try and roll an advantage on this goddamn thing. Okay, that is a 15.
Alright. So you sort of just file into the group and you are able to shapeshift into them, and since they have helmets on, it obscures your face entirely, even if it is disguised as somebody else, so they wouldn't even notice an out-of-place face.
Hell yeah. Also, Spark sends a message to the group chat. Hey guys, I needed to go take a pee. I'll be back.
Yeah.
And Kalita, like, she sends a message. But the guards aren't allowing anyone in our. Spock!
I went to the bathroom, Kalina. I can leave the mess hall. I'm just gonna go take a piss.
Yeah. Shortly after Spark like leaves, Azuli like stands at the front of the mess hall and makes an announcement that anywhere past the inner cardinal gates are off limits for the time being. And you guys know that like there are basically layers to the palace, and the inner cardinal gates are like basically the like where everybody is all the time, and then past that is like defenses, like different layers of defenses.
Oh. Oh dear.
So everybody is locked in to the inner like ring
Like
of
Palace?
yeah. Everybody's locked into the inner palace. And yes, Kolbar, you can make an insight check on Spark.
Ooh, nice.
Wow. All right.
Should I roll another deception check?
Sure. Go ahead. To see if you are able to trick the fish.
Oh hell no, that was a 16.
Culber, you get an inkling that Spark is not being entirely truthful with where they have gone.
I'm gonna tell Spark in group chat what Zilly just said about the
Yeah.
off-limits area.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, okay, I'll be back after I piss.
Yeah.
They'll counter me for
Sure.
that.
Mm-hmm.
Just be safe.
Yeah. Spark, the troop that you are with, eventually meets up with Kane, Abelet, and, Nyoka and Chatu.
Uh-oh.
And a couple other of troops. And they are standing at what you can assume is the, southern Cardinal Gate.
Let's hope none of them look too hard.
Yeah. So you're just kind of like in the middle, just like, you know, there for protection. And currently, you can see that Kane and Abelet are talking, and they seem to be like talking about something. They are talking in God tongue, so you cannot understand them.
Yeah, as I said, they don't even know Nagaland, so.
Yeah. But currently, you are a little too far back in the crowd to be able to see what they're possibly talking about. You could try to like shift around.
They don't want to cause too much attention, but are they able to tippy toe?
Where are you gonna tippy toe, friend?
No, like stand up on their tippy toes.
Yeah.
See if they could like see
Yeah.
it from their position. They don't want to like
Like a perception
do.
check?
Yeah.
So,
do a perception.
yeah, make a perception. Tippy toes.
That is a 14.
Alright, so you're kind of able to see a little bit. You see that it looks like, the gate has possibly been, like, messed with. You can see that the bars of the gate look a little fucked up.
And then they send another message to Colbert. Something trying to get into the gate.
Oh. Oh.
Do you think
okay.
that you can? Do you think you can bird form your way over here, or do you think you'll get caught?
Is there any place I should avoid?
So we're at the southern gate right now, and steer clear
Okay.
because you know the whole family here.
Yeah.
Unless if you can get close enough to me without alerting them, so I can polymorph you into a different thing, it's not going to be worth it.
I think I have an idea. Is there any soot or coal around?
Just roll yourself.
I asked
God.
the DM.
Fucking weird.
Your best bet would to be to, like, check the storerooms, which are closer to, like, the walls of the inner ring. So, you know, you could probably find a storeroom for, like, you know, that's got firewood, that's got coal and stuff.
I'm just gonna go in there and buy some. If anyone asks me any questions, like I just need some for the mansion.
We are lying. We are lying up here.
I
Yeah.
mean, it's a half
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I actually need some for the mansion.
The servants really don't care enough about you taking a little bit of coal.
Yeah.
There's like,
Maybe I should
okay.
pay for this. I'm not paid. I'm not paid enough for this.
Yeah.
Oh, I
That's
was
if
just wondering the
anyone
rest of the
asks.
party.
Like. But yeah. Anyways, I take the coal and shit. I go find somewhere to turn into bird form and just roll around in it, and then I'll fly up and
Yeah.
yeah.
Turn into a fat fucking crow.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Hey, the place is dark. I'll be able to hide easier.
Mm-hmm. So Colbert, you use this to begin sneaking around the palace, heading towards the south gate to hopefully find where Spark is with the troop.
Mm-hmm.
Can you please make a stealth check with advantage?
Nice.
Hell yeah.
All right, 2 rolls. 1, 2. Yeah, total 29.
All right. So, Colbert, you are well hidden, and you see that there are like patrols that are happening right now. Basically, around like the inner perimeter of like the inner sanctum, there are soldiers that like have their weapons and are patrolling the hallways. And you are able to like sneak past them. Though they do, you do see like you pass by one group and you see a message on a screen that says you're only able to see alert, be on the lookout for, and then he moves past and the text is too small to read.
You think I could get a little closer?
Yes.
Enough to see.
Please make another stealth check.
Advantage?
Yes.
Yeah. 21.
21. Alright, so Colbert, you sort of like sneak up and try to get a look at the tablet as the one of the patrolmen is reading it before he puts it away. And it says, alert, be on the lookout for possible intruder. Description, animal.
Oh. 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 Oh.
No.
Oh.
No.
DM, I'm raising my hand.
Yes?
Oh.
Does Colbert relay that information to me?
Does Colbart relay that information to Spark?
It takes a moment to process. Spark?
And then,
Yeah. It says the description is an animal. You remember what we told you about our old friends, right?
yes. You're gonna have to give me a very, very, very specific identification of that animal right now, Colbert, is what you get in response.
Oh.
Because I'm going to do something to see if I can find it.
Yeah. Okay. So I first of all, the writing that I just said just says animal, but I am pretty fucking worried if it's oh boy.
We might be able to
I give out a
broadcast
digital
memory
description of what we saw in down in the south.
Yeah, you might even be able to like broadcast a memory to Spark.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you,
Hesitant to do so,
Colbert? I'm
but
being
if Spark
serious.
asks,
Yeah, Colbert, it's okay. I'm not. If it's not something that you can do, it's okay. But I think it would be helpful if I can do this. because I can cast detect animal. If this is considered an animal, I'd be able to find it.
Yeah. Okay. Um. Okay. He's just gonna imagine the creature and not actually share any memories, but he's gonna imagine the creature and then it's just work.
Yeah.
Okay. So they're gonna cast detect locate animals or plants. It's within a 5-mile radius.
Mm-hmm.
So they cast that. It's a charge. They would just know instantly where it is if it's in that radius.
You do not detect the animal, but you are picking up like faint traces of something within the 5-mile radius.
Which direction?
Um, it is to the west.
Okay. So okay, shit. So now they're gonna have to create a distraction so they can move towards the west without raising suspicion.
Uh, you can always see if you if there is a patrol group, you could slip away and join a patrol group that's heading west.
Okay, can I do that? Would that be stealth?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Would that be advantage or just plain?
Yeah, just plain.
Okay. Holy shit, natural 20, 28.
Hey,
Good job.
yo.
All right, you are able to sneak away with a patrol group that is heading west. And as you like take the group, you are able to pass a little closer to where Kane and Abelet are in front of the gate, and you are able to see that what happened to the gate is it looked like something tried to bite it open and rip it with teeth. That's what the marks indicate on the metal.
So I send another message to Colbart about the gate and then say, you go to the southern gate. If you see a patrol going west, I'm in that patrol. Because it's in the western direction.
Okay. Deep breath. Heading west. Okay.
All right. So Spark, you sort of like keep track of where that little blip is in your mind, and eventually you come to a point where you sense it to your right, but to the right of you is the outer wall.
Shit.
Did I catch up with Spark?
You see a patrol coming like up the hallway, and you take note of the fact that previously all of the patrols have been in 5s. This patrol has 6. And one is notably lagging a little behind the rest.
Hey.
Just to try to like separate yourself. Just like,
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, you fucker. I'm not that slow.
okay, so it's like it's in a specific formation and then you're out of place in the formation behind.
Thank you.
That's what I
Can I
mean.
eventually just stop?
Yeah.
Would that be another stealth check?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You
12.
yeah. You stop and they go to turn a corner and one of them notices you and says, "Boy, are you supposed to be with us?"
They're gonna say yeah, and then apologize, saying that they had to like something stabbing their butt.
Eh. Alright. If it's bad enough, just head back to the main.
Yeah, they'll slowly catch up if it's once they actually look at what's in their shoe, and then
If anything
soldier
happens,
stuff.
check the tablets. Send out an SOS if you need to. And then they just carry on down the hall.
Okay.
for Colbert.
I will fly down there to
Okay, and then
be a soot-covered bird next to him.
I kind of I send him a message. It's past this wall. Come on, I'm gonna climb it.
Yeah.
If it's possible to climb.
Let me look out first. Okay.
Okay, so I want to say to you that this wall, like this part of the Deep Realm, the walls of the palace go straight up to the ceiling.
Fuck. Is there a
So
window that I can like go through theoretically?
you may be able to find a tower. There are like towers probably every half mile down these walls. You know that there is one about maybe 1,000 feet behind you. Ish.
Okay.
Okay.
Uh,
Like a mile behind.
okay.
Yeah.
So that means if there's one 1,000 feet, there's probably one closer. And then
Yeah. So, Spark, with your
Right.
incredible deduction skills, you decide to. No, that's genuine. That's genuine.
Okay,
I'm being genuine. Damn.
I know it was, but it still sounded funny the way you
It
said
was
it.
because
With
it was because of fucking Foxy's reaction.
It did sound kind of funny the way you said it. I know you meant it genuinely, just like the way you said it. Like,
damn,
sorry.
bro.
I don't
I'm
know, it
sorry.
sounded almost like a game show host for some reason.
With your incredible deduction skills. Yeah.
A little acoustic.
Acoustic. Okay, so you, Spark, in a brilliant moment of intelligence, you are able to, you know, do the mental math of like, oh, there's probably one closer that's up ahead. Let's go.
Would that be another stealth check trying to get
Mm.
there?
Well, maybe check before you enter the tower.
Well,
Before.
yeah, I meant getting to the tower.
Yeah. You are able to get to the tower perfectly fine, and you dip inside the door just as you hear, like, a patrol coming. And, you know, they pass by.
Colbert, I'm gonna do something shitty to you. We can't have a bird. We can't have a bird in this tower. Can I polymorph you into something else?
Can I just be a boy? Cry?
Oh boy!
Oh,
A
baby.
real boy!
Sure.
Can I polymorph you into like a bug or a mouse? Something small. They won't see you.
How about small bird?
That works. All right.
A canary.
I'm going to polymorph in him.
Because of the coal.
Sorry, that's funny.
The coal.
Yep.
I'm smart.
That was really good. That was good.
Thank you.
That was
Canary in the coal
casting
mines.
polymorph. Since it's willing, you don't have to make a save. You are now a canary. Still covered in soot, probably. And go, okay.
Brushes you off.
Scout up there. Scout. So if I don't fucking walk up there and it's just weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, so can you repeat that?
Can you look if anybody's in here? Because I don't want to
Okay.
just walk up.
Okay. Flies off.
Epic stakeout mission, guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, Colbert, you fly up the tower, and there's nobody there in the tower, but there are, like, spotlights.
Pretty lights.
Are they like camera spotlights?
They're kind of like stage spotlights, and they seem to be, like, on a bit of, like, an automatic swivel, so they seem to be just, like, slowly sweeping over, and, Colbert, you can see, like,
Mirror lights.
you can just see the spotlight sweeping over the middle ring of the palace, where
So wait,
there's
so is it going? Okay, so it's going outwards the direction we want to go.
yes, and
Can I? Oh wait, sorry.
yeah, so that's what you see, Colbert, and there's nobody up there. There's just a spotlight doing the swivel.
Yeah, Colbert just relays, no people, pretty lights.
Okay, they come up there and they're like, okay, throws a rock to see what the lights do.
So it just seems like the lights are scanning right now and like illuminating for other patrols outside to see.
Okay, so they kind of go, okay, Colbert, let's try to dodge the lights as best as we can.
You could see if you can put this light out.
Yeah, but that's gonna alert guards, isn't it? Will it? Are there patrols? Is there one that I can see?
I feel like it's a bad idea to do it anyway, even if there isn't anyone out
What?
there.
Hold on, what are you trying to do, Spark? Are you trying to go outside?
Yeah, I'm gonna find this thing.
No, I thought we were just going inside of the tower to look.
You don't have to come with me, but I'm gonna go find it. This is my fault. I'm gonna go find it.
No, it's not your fault, and I don't want you to go find it.
I mean, you can't really stop me, though. I mean, you're in that form until I tell people that you're not.
There is the brain group chat.
There is the brain group trap, but they're gonna have to deal with you first.
Bird
Nobody
brain
said
moment.
cool.
He's polymorphed.
Brain.
He's not. He's polymorphed.
He's
hasn't-
very stupid.
Not a
He
shapeshift.
can. We've established that he can talk in the group chat.
Mhm.
Yeah, but
Because
still, he still has bird brain.
He's very stupid right now. Heart.
It's like he's talking to Spark in the brain chat. It's like, don't, please don't. Scary. That thing's very scary. Oh my
Yes,
god.
Jade, yes.
More or less.
Yes.
Stop. Ain't no way. Okay, so Spark's gonna see if they can like get down to the tower on the other side. Like
Yeah.
on down.
Bad idea. Bad idea.
They give Colbart a salute before they go down.
Bad idea. No, bad idea.
Spark, please make a athletics check for me.
Of course. That is a dirty 20.
All right. So, Spark, you are pretty easily able to scale down the tower and onto what is basically like an awning, that like a tile awning, and then you just sort of hop down onto the ground, and you can feel that blip. It hasn't moved, but you sense it like very close.
Can I do a perception check to see if I can see it?
Yes.
Me too.
That's an
That's a what? Sorry?
8.
It's an 8.
Do you think advantage though? Because like I know exactly where it is. I'm just fucking looking for it.
Yeah. Go for it.
Me just asking to roll again. Oh, that's a nat 20. So 25.
Bruh.
Okay. So, Spark, you are looking around the area where you feel the blip, and you don't see any creature at all, but you eventually find, like, basically a little puddle of liquid
Oh.
on the stone. And, like, you notice it because, like, you feel it on the bottom of your boot.
I want to crouch down to get a closer look at it.
Yeah. when you crouch down, you can smell the coppery scent.
Oh no.
Okay, so it's blood.
Yeah.
Can I send a message in the main group chat and say hasta la vista?
Kalina,
Sure.
she hears this and where is Azuli?
Azuli is currently like she has her pad out and she is like she's checking the patrols who have their pads out and like checking, you know, basically scanning the area.
Yeah,
With-
Kalina, she sits up from where she is and kind of makes a beeline towards where she is and says, Azuli, can I talk to you for a moment?
What is Spark
It's
doing?
rather urgent.
Sure. What's going on?
I think I have reason to believe that Spark has snuck past all of the security and is out trying to look for whatever's going on.
Arg, what are you doing?
All right. So is there like a trail of blood, or is it just the puddle?
You see that there is a very small trail of blood. It's hard to see in the dark, but if you're moving slow enough, you can follow it.
Okay, I'm gonna take out my
Also, what
staff
did-
and I'm gonna follow it.
Also, what did Azuli?
No,
Azuli say
no.
something?
Azuli is
Spark's face.
Azuli is currently like trying to like check any like abnormalities, if you will, on the scanners.
Yeah.
Wait, Colbert, are you trying to stop them physically?
Yes.
Okay, you just get grabbed.
Grab the bird like a burger.
And you know the face that they had before Kalita and them talked it out?
Mm.
They have that same expression.
At that point, Wingy grab Colbart.
Kalina, she relays this to Azuli. Oh, shit. Cobalt's with him. Cobalt's with them. And they're on the west side.
West.
They found a beast. No. No, 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 no. No, no, no.
Tagok definitely awakens at a lot of this.
Oh, not baby. Oh, okay. Okay, Azuli, listen to me. Listen to me.
She is like she's listening, but she is like actively like using her tablet and like quickly inputting things.
Yeah. This beast is nothing like you've ever seen. It's massive. Do you remember Fen and Freya?
Vaguely. Yes? Why?
They were turned into that.
Okay.
And from what
So-
I can tell, that creature, that thing, will stop at nothing to get what it wants. It forced Frost's entire citadel to be on lockdown, shields up and everything, and it was just barely holding this thing back.
We don't have Frost defense system. You know that.
I know. Just, I don't know, do what you can.
Right. You see Azuli, like, she pulls something out of, like, her side bag, and she puts on basically a headset, and she starts, like, talking, and, like, you see a bunch of people that, like, you see a couple people in the mess hall, like, touch to their ears, and then after a little bit, Azuli says, "Alright, I've sent as many people as I physically can to the west.
All right. Thank you.
There was a report about 5 minutes ago of an odd-numbered troop where one got separated.
Gods, that must be Spark, of course. They must be disguised as a god.
Can they disguise self again as something different?
Yeah, you absolutely can.
So how
Don't-
far are they away from the main area now?
You have gone, like, you're holding Colbart in, like, a little burger form, and you hear, some, like, patrols very, very in the distance, like, echoing around. You would warrant that, you've probably gone about a quarter mile from your original starting point at the tower.
Okay. Can they move a little bit faster and then shape change into something that would be more camouflaged
Yes.
and faster? I'm having fun. I don't know about you guys.
It's very fun, but also,
Ooh, Colbert
then-
sends a screenshot.
And then what they're gonna do is immediately afterwards, they are going to toss Colbart.
Oh,
Just
No
throw-
screenshot anyways.
It's gonna be blurry, buddy.
yeah. Colbart, like, gets a screenshot, but, like, there's, like, a blurry wing and a feather. And it's dark. But, Spark, you continue on the trail. The blood trail is thinning out. And as it gets thinner and thinner, you can feel a sort of, like, hair-raising feeling in the air. Eventually, you, come to what looks like a, scuffled area in the dirt. You see, like, only a couple drops of blood. What looks like some stray fur on the ground. And very faintly on the cobbles, you can see etched out with arcane magic runic sigils.
So they're gonna look at the sigils and then just kind of shout, "You're a fucking coward. I hope you know that. Come back here and fight me."
You shouting alerts a patrol that is nearby, and you can hear, basically, like, a ton of footsteps heading your way.
They're gonna try to hide. I think that would be advantage on stealth check because, you know,
Yeah.
whatever the fuck they are.
Go ahead.
Okay, that's a 27.
Alright, you were able to successfully hide, as basically two patrols meet where you were, and they're holding lights, and they're looking around, and then they notice the rune on the ground, and it's more illuminated now, and you see that it definitely is. You had a feeling, but now you know that it definitely is the same kind of runes. But, the soldiers all are standing there, and They search around a little bit, but they don't see anything. And then you see a couple of them, you know, they use their tablets to sort of scan the runes.
Did they see Colbard's little canary suit cover Colbard have an anxiety attack?
One guy, like, sees you and gently sort of scoops you up in a hand. And you hear him muffled say, "Could this be connected to that kid that ran away?" Yeah.
The bird is freaking out, trying to.
Yeah, it's like, yes. Yeah, like, can birds nod?
Yeah.
Yes.
Come on, Colbard, do your thing.
He's a
Shraze.
little freaked out, and in bird brain, he no. He can fucking be right now. It's just kind of
Yeah.
freak out.
The guy's holding you and he's like, "It's okay, little guy." And he, like, trying to gently wipe the soot off of you with a rag.
Oh.
Spark's gonna give him some pity and just make him back into his normal form.
Oh god. This guy just gets like a whole ass dude in his arms.
A sobbing fish.
He might just be in his bird form instead of canary because he got turned in from.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
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 So it's like canary, osprey, man.
Behold, a man.
All in quick succession.
Holy shit.
This guy just gets a whole ass man in his arms. Bridal style.
Oh my god.
The guy just kind of looks down and he's like, "What the fuck?"
Like it sounds like those
Okay.
those fairy tales where like you know those really old
Yeah.
wives' tales where like the bird turns into a
kindness to a
beautiful woman
bird.
and then they're wed.
Yeah.
Show kindness to the animal and they become. And they
Behold, you
they're
get a
princess.
wife.
Behold. Laughing.
Behold, marriage.
I'm already involved in someone.
Yeah.
Okay, but Colbart, back to Fish Boy, is like still panting, still freaking out. It's like, how's my friend? They turned me into a small bird. Then I couldn't stop them. I don't know where they're at. Shaking as me in real life is also shaking. Just
Sorry.
Me too.
Sorry.
No, it's really good, but also
I can't help but to feel the emotions my character's feeling.
Yeah. The soldiers are trying to comfort you and they're like, "Hey, it's okay, don't worry, buddy. We'll find them. Besides, the big boys are on their way."
Oh.
That's not gonna fucking do much. Oh my god, I really hope I really hope they're gone. I really hope that thing is gone. That
Tegak is
That-
wandering. Well, not wandering.
She's on a mission.
Yeah.
Angrily walking through
Mhm.
the castle.
Tegak, you
Where the fuck?
probably followed a patrol along with Clement that is heading out towards the west.
Yeah. She is very noticeable in terms of light and temperature. But you don't fucking care.
Cobra is just gonna trauma dumping about what happened to Finn.
Oh, me? Yeah.
Not Finn.
Ben.
Men.
I can't fucking say any differently.
They're very
I'm the
similar.
Chimera.
F-E-N.
I'm the
F-E-N.
Chimera.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
But yeah, Colbart is just kind of trauma dumping about that.
The soldiers is just kind of standing there awkwardly. One of them's just like, "I can't wait for fucking Chacha and Yucca to get here and take over." This kid is traumatized.
Also, is that guy still holding Colbart or has he set him down?
That's really funny. Please say he's still holding forward.
I think he set him down, and Colbert's like crying on the floor. And he's just sort of like awkwardly crouched next to him, like, well, it's okay, buddy. It's okay, little buddy. But yeah. Colbart, you hear the familiar voice of Chatu echoing down the hall, and eventually you see like the group of Nyoka, Chatu, Kane, and Abelet, along with like their guard, arrive in like this area. And Nyoka leans down. He's like, Colbart, holy shit, what happened, buddy?
Spark wanted to see what the whole issue is about, and I follow Spark, one, to provide backup, and two, just because I was also curious, whatever, and Sven and Asumi, they I don't know, use magic or whatever to find it and try to go after him, fight it. I don't know, they said it was their fault or whatever. I was trying to stop it, but they turned me into a little bird and I couldn't do anything.
And Myoka's just like, hey, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
Hug the fish.
Yeah, he's just like hugging you. He's like, it's okay, it's okay. You can, Colbart, you can see Kane like looming over you a little bit because he's so tall. And also tall. And he's just like, Colbart, where's Spark?
I have no idea.
Don't they have a
just
tablet?
threw me when
No, they don't have a tablet. The
I thought Kane gave them a tablet.
No,
Am I high?
probably.
Possibly.
Fair enough.
And did you get a really suspicious bag of oregano?
Did you get a
No,
really
I thought
suspicious
when
bag
they-
of oregano?
I thought when they were when Kane sent them, maybe it was like temporarily they borrowed one because they had one for a bit.
Yeah. They did have one for a little bit. Did they ever give it back?
I don't think they had the opportunity to give it back.
Okay, so I guess maybe Spark does still have the tablet.
Yeah.
What's Spark gonna do with the tablet?
They're just gonna. They sent a message just saying, "Dude, I'm fine. Call it off." Seriously. I'm gonna fix this.
Yeah. But, you know, somebody gets the message, and then Chatu, like, looks at somebody and, like, makes a gesture, and then they do something on their tablet, and, Spark, your tablet makes a loud beeping sound, like an Amber Alert.
They just go, "You motherfucker!"
Chatu, like, reaches into where you are and pulls you out, and, like, he shakes you, and he's like, what were you thinking? Going out there alone, you could have gotten yourself killed.
Well, I think that would be a pretty good end to that situation, to be perfectly honest. As they're, like, writhing, trying to get out of the grip.
Like, Chatsu kind of, like, grips you harder, and you can see that he's, like, gritting his teeth. And he's like, listen, I don't have time for your suicidal ideation right now, Spock. We care about you, and we worry about you. End of. We don't want you to go sacrificing yourself for the greater good.
It's not sacrificing if you're connected to the damn thing.
How? You are not connected to that thing. What the hell are you on about?
They explain the fucking weird ass feelings around any mention of either the Chimera or and the rock and the runes and all that shit.
Chatu just like he's obviously confused, so he's gonna be grumpy about it. He's like, "Dang."
Kalina said it meant something.
Well, you know what? I love Kalina, but she doesn't know everything.
Damn Spark taking what Kalina said and twisting it.
It's almost like they have had done that before.
Ah ha 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 ha. Ah, Trum. Ah, ha, ha.
Also, did Chatis just say he loved Kalina?
Yeah.
Aww.
He's not gonna fully slander her. He's pissed, but he's not gonna be mean about her in front of his dad.
Yeah. And as they're like continuously like being really fucking upset, you notice that if anybody had their tablet out, it kind of like cracks a little bit. Not enough to like cause any major damage, but enough to be like, oh hey, that's weird.
But
Also, I love the fact that you haven't dispelled disguise self. It's just a creature.
yeah,
You're holding a guy.
holding a little fucker. But Kane steps in and he's like, all right, enough. We have the evidence we need here. People have recorded it on the tablets. We just need to go back inside. And he basically picks you up, Spark, like very gentle. Holds you gentle like little creature. He's like, everybody's safe. It's all fine.
Spark is still actively fighting it. They're not making words. They're too upset to actually say anything.
Yeah.
They're yeah. I bet Kane does not give a shit. But
Yeah. Spark, as you're in Kane's arms, you hear him like whisper to Abelet as they're walking. All of this sounds eerily familiar, and I think we need to talk to Hoth.
you're not. No, you're not getting Hoth involved. No, you're not. No, not happening. I will run away again. I will run away again.
We're sending in your father.
I will do it again. I've done it once and I can fucking do it again, Kane.
Kane sort of like senses your apprehension. He's like, listen, I know you probably aren't ready to talk with Hoth one-on-one, but we need to talk with him at the very least. I think your relation to him could have something to do with your strange happenings in connection to this weird magic.
They kind of just make a grumbling noise, but they're still like actively resisting.
Yeah. Tagok, you and Clement see Kane holding a little fucking creature who's very grumpy and distinctly Spark-like. And, you know, the Snake Boys. And then, like, basically a fucking small army behind them.
In a very disheveled Colmar.
Yeah, Colbert being held.
Almost complete fire at this point, and she is just gonna fucking march straight up to Kane holding Spark. And she's gonna get like really close to like
Poor Clement.
R.I.P. that man's been through so much.
Yeah.
Poor bastard.
But she's fucking pissed. And she's just like, what the fuck were you thinking? What the? She's just ranting and just saying fucking awful lot.
Sparta's main reply is, it would have worked if you guys didn't come after me.
Going off and off and off. I'm sorry, what'd you say, Finn?
They said it would have worked if you guys didn't come after me.
And she's like, I don't fucking care. And she like swings her arm out, and there's like some like sparks that trail after her as she's talking and like
I just imagined a bunch of mini sparks.
Honk honk.
Make that into a
following
gif.
after her movements.
Yeah.
Somebody.
She's like, I don't give a fuck. It's no excuse to throw yourself into the unknown.
Well, I knew what I was doing. I don't think it was the unknown. The unknown to you.
And she's just trying to fucking say anything, but she's just really mad at this point, and she's not wording well. And she's just standing there, and she's, like a fucking chihuahua. She's shaking. She is angrily vibrating, and embers and cinders are like
Angry chihuahua.
flying around her.
What's Uncle Clement gonna think? What's he
And then they're like, my main fucking purpose in this group is cannon fodder. Would you at least let me do it? For my sake.
Oh, okay. I need to think of a phrase. Just a moment.
Hold on, let me ruminate on it.
You think we would have kept you around if you were cannon fodder?
that seems like a takeoff.
She leans in like really close to you, and you can just feel the heat radiating from her. She's her hair is going crazy. She's very warm. She's very pissed. And she goes, I've dealt with cannon fodder before, and if you fucking think that about yourself, then I'll make you it. Then I'll make you into it.
Go ahead.
And then she
Don't
just like
care.
turns around, and she stomps off. She's gonna go find a corner, and she's gonna go set some shit on fire because she really wants to fucking punch you right now, but that would probably deal way too much damage.
Yeah.
She's been trying to get better.
She's trying to get better at her anger management.
I think this is a pretty acceptable situation to be this angry about it.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah.
Your friend goes, hey, I'm
When
gonna go
you're
kill
not creature
myself.
again, she will probably punch you.
Yeah. They essentially went, hey, what if I just go kill myself? And yeah. People would be mad.
Yeah.
Kobar's gonna speak up and say, Spart, if you had even the faintest idea of what that is, what they can do, what we had to deal with that creature. This doing what you did wouldn't solve anything.
I would have been able to at least slow it down.
No, you wouldn't.
I was able to slow Zephyrus down. I think I can slow this thing down.
No, you wouldn't.
I imagine that
And
they
this
just look at.
isn't coming. Sorry.
I imagine that they just look at Colbart and he has like the most just 1,000-yard like.
Yeah.
Kobar will continue and say, what was I gonna say? This isn't speculation. This is not me guessing whether you'll do it or you'll be able to slow that thing down or not. You would not. No way anyone can slow it down.
We don't know until we try. We don't.
Fucking tried.
You tried with an army. I'm not an army. I'm something else. I am connected to that fucker, and if it's the last thing I'll do, I will get it. I will kill it.
Just because you're connected to something doesn't mean that you have the power to actually stop it.
I have the power to slow
I'm
it
connected
down.
to the sea because I'm a fucking fish. Doesn't mean that I can fucking control the entire sea. Is that too loud?
No.
No, you're good. I was replying to
That
someone
was
else.
perfect, actually.
That was really fucking
That
good.
was really good.
Everybody's just
I give
being really
props to you.
edgy. Everybody's just being really fucking edgy right now.
They kind of just stop responding.
Fire. Fire, 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 fire,
Fire. Fire.
Yeah.
Also, quick context for chat in the brain group chat. Tagok says, if you were cannon fodder, do you fucking think I'd give a rat's ass about you? If you weren't fucking worth it or were a threat to us, I would have killed you already. Then Spark returns with, go ahead, I won't stop you. And then Tagok says, I'm not killing another fucking friend, damn it.
Fire gif.
Fire.
Yeah.
The fire
Anyway,
gif is very important.
Yeah.
Dialogue.
Yeah. But eventually the offensive group meets back up with the people who are were still in the inner sanctum, mainly Kalina and Anastasius. And Kane just like ushers you along and says, we're going back to the Starlight Realm. We're taking the roots with us.
Of course.
We're calling the others.
Alright. And is Spark with them?
Yeah,
I would say they probably broke disguise self at this point.
yeah.
Yeah, Kalina, she just, I imagine that, like, like, when she first, sees Spark, like, in the distance, like, she, like, runs up to them and just pulls them in, like, a bone-crushing hug. She's like, you're safe, thank goodness. Oh gods, I didn't know if something happened to you, I was so worried. Are you hurt?
No,
Like, you can see, like, she's been crying.
I'm fine.
I'm just relieved you're okay.
The thing's gone anyway.
and I didn't think we'd see you again. And she just like she's crying. And she's just continuing to hug them. And she actually places a kiss on the top of their head.
They hug back.
I'm actually crying a little bit too.
Damn,
Hold on.
damn,
I am
Shoddy.
too.
I'm like bringing out some emotions in y'all today, and
I mean, if anyone, you can look at Finn, okay?
You.
It's
You.
points.
You.
You're good at your job.
Hey man, one of Spark's biggest flaws is stubborn
And self-hatred.
and will jump to conclusions.
Yeah.
and lots of self-hatred.
Yeah.
Cries.
Wonder where they got that from. Cough cough.
Annalise.
Huh.
Yeah.
Annalise, when we get you, Annalise?
My dad is playing guitar right now.
Yeah. But
1 p.m.
Kane gathers all of you, and he gives some final orders to Azuli and tells them to be on full guard. Like, this place is on lockdown, basically. Until, like, the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
And then he also... Hi, Audrey. He tells Azuli to send word to every single temple about what has happened, update on everything that is going on, and he is already going to be contacting all of the gods
No, go shut it down.
to congregate in the Starlight Realm.
Like all the gods, not just the Serpent Lords?
Yeah.
Oh,
This-
damn.
This has been...
Oh, wow.
Not only Frost's temple has been attacked, but Kane's palace has been attacked.
Yeah, the palace. The fucking palace. That's in a whole other realm.
Yeah. So, like, this is a trend of attacks that keep happening. And it is clear that the material plane is not safe for the group.
And we need to send word to Erica.
Yeah.
Yeah, Baraka, the three lords. Just send word
Yeah.
to everybody.
This is a global problem.
This is a global problem.
Yeah.
Will it incite panic? Absolutely. But it's rightfully placed.
Yeah. So, this time, you are able to teleport directly into the inner city of the Starlight Realm, since you have already gotten the blessing to go past the front gates.
Yeah, yeah.
And now you're in, like, basically a giant meeting room. Like, this is huge. It has a place for every single god.
Oh,
Oh damn.
big table.
And,
It was a big room. I don't know if there's a table.
yeah.
But...
you see that, the other three Serpent Lords are already there. And,
Was Strauss with us the whole time?
yeah.
Damn, he was just in the palace. Just like, okay.
Spark, Kane notices you going to leave, and he like firmly but gently puts a hand on your shoulder and he says, I know you don't want to, but you have to. This is very, very important. You don't have to talk to him.
It'd be
But-
easier just to go back out there.
No.
I mean, like, it objectively is. I mean, whether you'd like to admit it or not, it objectively is just easier for me to go out there and look for it.
He does not say anything. He just looks at you. And then he, like, makes a motion. And you see magical barriers go up around every door.
Oh, you bitch.
Ah,
Oh,
bitch.
weird.
And he turns away from you so you can't see his face, and he says, nobody's going to be leaving here until this is even somewhat resolved. We're so very close. But we can't keep having things like this happen. But, yeah. Kane goes over directly to talk to Hoth, and you see the two of them talking. And you do see that Kane, like, does sort of, like, gesture towards you, Spark, at one point. And Hoth kind of, like, looks at you, like, a little sad, but he doesn't, like, come over to you.
They don't know if that hurts more or less.
Yeah. But,
They're not mad. Hoth isn't mad. He's just disappointed.
oh, poor
You're
Spark.
welcome.
But, eventually, through, like, these crystalline pylons, more and more of the gods start arriving. And they all, like, take their seats at the table.
Yeah, Spark hasn't really even met any of the gods outside of the Serpent Lords.
They're too busy being self-sacrificial to care.
Yeah. So eventually, all of the gods are in the presence, and you know, the rest of you guys are just sort of like centered around like the main guys up near the front hemisphere of the table, and of course, there are 2 empty seats. And the Serpent Lords, they do something, and you can see that this sort of like magical flickering begins to manifest in the 2 missing seats, and eventually like apparitions of Verbena and Zephyrus are summoned. And both seem somewhat surprised at this.
Yeah.
And Verbena, like, sort of stands up quickly from, you know, her chair, and she's like, what's going on? Why is everybody here? Has something happened? And, Hoth decides to, like, take the reins, and he says, yes, Mother. Something has happened. And then he sort of gestures towards Kane, and Kane basically explains everything. And Verbena and Zephyrus, like, both just, you see their faces just drop. And then Zephyrus says, can we even go through with the ritual? I mean, material plane isn't safe. How can we? And then he just looks to Verbena, like, very, like, sad, wet sock face. Just like,
We both know Spark's just gonna say, I can fucking do it. I don't care.
yeah. As soon as you say that, Hoth, like, sort of tenses and, like, looks towards you, and he says, no!
That's a new one. Your spark say? Damn. A parrot actually caring about me. Goddamn. Goddamn. Biological parrot actually caring about me. The last words to themselves.
Yeah.
Ah,
That's a new one. But then it becomes like all of the gods are like it's a mess. You know, in the movies when it's like 12 people are talking all at once
Oh,
and it's like a crazy and it like absolutely
it's
insane.
twice that.
Yeah. And it's all just like very stressed. Nobody's like angry, but everybody's just very stressed. And it's
Do you
like,
think it would be stressed enough for Kane to drop the guards?
Bruh. I fucking swear. Finn, when I get you, Finn. When I fucking get you.
Good luck trying to get me. You don't know where I live.
I do.
You don't know. You don't know where my dorm is. I'll find it.
Okay, so it is not enough for Kane to drop his guard. I did roll for it, so.
Did you actually? That's nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You got a 24.
Damn. Yeah. Damn.
So,
And I'm fucking
Cobur's
theoretically.
keeping an eye on Spark, anyways.
yeah.
Tegak's just trying not to burn people
Yeah.
or anything.
I think if Heros is there, he could probably handle it.
Yeah.
Oh, she's not ready for that.
Everything is fireproof enough for Heros to, like, not fuck it
Yeah.
up. So,
Yeah.
Tegok will be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's
Uh,
trying though.
Kalina, she's
She's
probably
also
just like
tired.
thinking. Like there's like so much like you know chaos going on. So it kind of looks like she's just kind of like almost like zoning out a bit. But instead she is zoned into her brain.
Thinking real hard, baby.
Yeah. And she
Happy
does
focus.
say if we ought to do the ritual, I see it two ways. We either set up defenses around the ritual site and do it there, or we need to dispose of that beast.
Which was what I was trying to do, mind you.
Finn!
Uh,
Oh, sorry, not
Finn.
Finn.
Spark!
She said, Spock! Not now. Please.
Clement sort of like leans in towards you, Kalina, and he's like, it would be easier to dispose, theoretically, of it if it couldn't teleport, but we don't know the source of the teleportation. If we knew maybe how to jam it? Signal jam? But we don't even know where it's coming from.
Kalina, she pulls out the drawing of the dagger thing that she did, and she actually goes right up to Verbena and Zephyrus and asks, "Do either of you recognize this?"
Verbena like leans down and then she takes the paper and Zephyrus stands up to look at it as well. And Verbena's expression doesn't change, but you do see that she like immediately grips Zephyrus's hand really hard. Zephyrus's face does betray the fact that he knows exactly what that is. Verbena nods and she says, I know exactly whose ship that is.
It's a ship? Whose?
This requires a bit of pretense, I suppose.
Lore time.
Lore time.
And then she like
My soundtrack just ended as you said, like, bit of pretense, and it switched to a different thing.
that's
Damn.
good. I love that.
Timing.
But Verbena like claps her hands and everybody goes silent and sits back down. And
She's like, yes, mom.
yes, mother. Yes, mummy.
Yes,
But
Matriarch.
the matriarch.
matriarch.
But she begins explaining. She tells you that back on her home planet, she was a princess. Her father was the king, and there were dukes and duchesses in like the nobility circle. They were all planet conquerors, and each of the dukes and duchesses sort of controlled their own fleet. She tells you that that ship belongs to the duke, one of the dukes. And she sort of like looks aside and she says, and I do have some personal connections to this particular duke. I knew his son. And, he, the Duke, did some very horrible alchemy to create a new version of his son after he died. And, that creation is what we have referred to as the Outer God of Chaos in our mythos. But if that is the Duke, then things are much worse than we thought.
Well, what do you suppose we do?
To alert my god, the engineers of the ship that brought us here. We will put up a barrier around the planet. Hopefully it will hold long enough for the ritual to be complete. I do know that the Duke is not as powerful as he would lead you to believe. The only reason he has been brave enough to act upon this world is because of my absence.
Kalina, she's just kind of standing there, like, processing for a moment before she nods. Also, yes, me too, Copart. I'm not showing it right now, but I'm also screaming. If you've listened into my brain, there's just streams of agony and suffering.
Wah.
Imagine someone from The Walking Dead getting torn apart by zombies and you just hear the screams of agony and anguish.
Hey.
That's my brain right now. Anyway.
Any whistle.
Yeah. So
Anyway, but yeah, Kalina, she
Rubina did.
nods and says, "All right then. Okay. Right.
It should probably be up in, well, within 24 hours. And it should hold. And then, like, she sort of, like, holds her hand out, and Hoth hands over, like, a calendar, basically. And she says, until the solstice.
All right. That will be good. We can work with that.
Oh, that's a boss.
Well, look who finally decides to show up.
There's been a lot of happening.
I was working.
Yeah, I know.
Oh wait, it's not a boss.
Yeah, a lot happened.
Girl.
Yeah, also,
A
we're
lot of
still
stuff
alive.
Yeah, we're still alive, girl. If you're gonna
Oh god, it's a boss.
Girl, if you're gonna do Dark Souls commentary,
Audrey.
mute.
Audrey.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Love you, girl. Mute. But, yes. So, within 24 hours, the barrier should be up. And then, it will last until the solstice, which is the day of the gala.
Yeah.
Until then, Verbena has decided that you will be staying in the Starlight Realm, like, until the ritual is complete.
Dear.
And the motions have been set.
This work is visibly fucking shaky.
Plans have been foiled.
Your plans of self-sacrifice have been foiled.
Again.
You're not gonna pull a Leo today.
But, yes. Basically, Verbena then tells you that she is going to have some of the other gods get everything else that is needed for the ritual to be complete, with, like, being directed by Zephyrus, because he knows the steps.
Is he still like passed out on the throne somewhere?
Yeah. It's just his conscience that is here in physical form.
I figured. But I'm just imagining, like, Family Guy death pose.
Just, like, slumped in a chair. And
Yeah.
fucking Maria Bloodborne corpse should be
Yeah.
left well alone. Head ass.
He's just on Skype. He'll be fine.
Yeah. FaceTime.
I mean, if he's on Skype, then this is really good connection.
Yeah. Divine connection, if
It
you
is
will.
on Skype.
Oh my god.
So, Verbena then, like, she sets everything in motion. She tells you that you guys will be staying in the city, and the ritual will be performed in the city, and you will wait here until, like, everything is far along enough to where nothing can be reversed, nothing can be stopped.
Yeah.
There can be no interference.
Yeah.
And she basically sends her kids out to do, like, various tasks and errands for this.
Oh my god.
All right, kids, disperse, divide and conquer. We've got this, kiddos.
We're gonna get the groceries.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I was thinking.
She has sent one of the gods to, basically get Baraka.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
she's going to, have Ceruleus teleported into the Starlight Realm
Oh my god.
and within its barriers, so that the Duke cannot use Ceruleus as like a pawn
Oh,
or a
yeah,
bargaining
right.
chip.
Yeah.
Spark asks if they can get sprinkles.
Verbina's like, sprinkles?
My adopted dad.
And she's like, oh, of course.
I'm just imagining that, like, Hoth, like, immediately volunteers. She's like, I'll get him.
I'll get him. He's a clown. I love clowns, Mom. Yeah. Hoth volunteers to go get your adopted dad, hoping that, you know, it's gonna, you know, help get in your good graces.
I ship it already.
Yep, that's what I was thinking. Just like, come on. Come on.
yes.
They
Twirling our fingers.
gay clowns. One's a real clown, one's a metaphorical clown.
Oh my god.
But yeah. Basically the most important people that could be used as like bargaining chips or like could be held as hostages possibly.
Brightwood?
Yeah, so your mom is
Oh,
brought,
shit.
3 lords are brought,
The Three Lords.
Oh no. Bow! Bring ba- I mean, Bow's on Ceruleus.
Bows on
so-
Ceruleus, your baby, your sweet baby. Yeah. So a bunch of people are brought, and
Is Freya still with us?
yeah, Freya's still with us.
Aw.
Freya's kind of fucking dissociating mega trauma right now.
I wanted to make sure.
Freya is fucking zoning out to avoid like freaking out.
Someone please hug them, please.
Freya's just kind of just like, I miss Ben. I miss Ben a lot.
Lena's gonna have to explain to her mom.
It's like, hey mom. Hello, mother. You're in heaven. You're not dead.
They're trying to keep
but also,
you
like-
that.
Like, remember when like we were there and like she
Oh,
had brought
shit.
up Kane but had mentioned him by a fake name as like, you know, oh yeah, Chatu and Nyoka's dad.
Yeah. Also, hey,
Because
Lumen's gonna be there.
Hey, yeah, Lumen!
Yeah. So, all of this is being set in motion, and Sarzov's dad. I don't think Sarzov cares enough about his fucking dad. If I'm being honest, he doesn't like his dad. Yeah, but you know, family,
Yes, yeah.
family, friends, important people. Probably the other members of the Immortal Alliance, because it's
Oh
important.
yeah.
But yes, a lot of people are being brought, and Kane has released the barriers on the room, and now you guys, you're confined to the Starlight Realm,
Yeah.
but
I'm guessing like the entrances and exits have all been like
Yeah.
blocked off.
blocked and guarded.
Can't even
Bart-
get to the clouds.
Bart is
Damn it.
gonna need a magical what's it? Ankle brace or whatever the fuck they use for
House arrest
Yeah.
bracelet. Damn. God, a mess. Put a cat bell on them. They already have bells on them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Just
We'll take the bells
someone
off.
magics the
Damn.
bell.
Yeah, are we allowed to like roleplay a bit of like
Yes.
people arriving?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but yeah, Kalina, she like you know, at some point like sees her family brought in like her mom and her siblings and I'm guessing now cuz like you know, her sister-in-law was just about ready to pop. Oh no.
Baby.
Oh.
What if that baby's born in the Starlight Realm from all the stress?
Oh.
Wouldn't that be
Oh
fucked?
no. Oh no. I regret bringing this up now because I probably just gave Eros ideas.
Yeah.
Shit. Anyway,
That's quite a story for a kid. My child was born in heaven. Literally.
but yeah, Kalina, like she sees her family, and like, how are they looking? How's Gwen?
Doing good.
Rowan, wife that I forgot who's the name. Forgot her name. It doesn't really matter. Also, is wife still preggo? Even more ready to pop?
She is not pregnant. She is holding an itty bitty newborn,
Oh my god.
like
Yeah, Khalid-
tiny baby swaddled.
Oh. But yeah, Khalid, like, she sees her mom and, like, immediately runs up to her and gives her a hug. She says, I'm so glad you're safe. I'm so glad you're all safe. And is that a baby?
She nods and says, "Do you want to hold them?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she, like, holds out her arms.
Holds baby, cries about it.
How is baby?
So did you ever like specify in your ramblings if the baby was going to be a girl or a boy, or may I decide?
No, I just knew it was a baby.
It's a baby.
I just knew it was a baby.
It's
And the kill figure out later what gender they are.
yeah, bright woods always switching their genders around.
Yeah, bright.
Crazy.
It's become a trend.
But the baby is very chubby cheeked and a lot of hair on that baby.
Oh,
Full head of hair.
baby.
And they're just sort of like itty bitty. Newborn.
Yeah.
Not doing much.
Yeah.
It's an infant.
Yeah, it's an infant. They don't do much.
They're
They eat,
they're kind of
cry,
just
and they poop.
Probably a little confused, but
Yeah,
Mhm.
like, why is everything so bright?
What's that weird feeling I got? I teleported. Oh.
Yeah, but yeah, Kalita, like, she's just like holding her new niece slash nephew, and it's just like
just say niefling.
niefling,
Nibbling.
Nibbling.
a
That's
nibbling,
term.
yeah, and she's just like
Niefling is cute though.
I like niefling.
Niefling is funny. I like it. I like it a lot.
It's
Yeah.
niefling, but with an N.
Yeah, but yeah, Kalita, she looks up to Rowan and asks, "Do they have a name?"
Well, they're only a day old, so we actually are still deciding. And Rowan kind of like scratches the back of their head.
Kalita just starts crying even more, and she like while holding the baby in one arm, she hugs Rowan with the other.
And Rowan's just like, hey. It's the
As well as their
baby.
wife. Yeah, she's just like. Well, I suppose you're all wondering why you were brought here. And you're probably wondering where here is. Well, we're in the Starlight Realm. Yay! And no, we're not dead.
You just hear Nick like very quietly sing, "You've never been to heaven, have you?" And then Gwen kind of like smacks him.
Yeah,
Mother
but yeah,
bitch.
Kalina, she's just like, yes, we're here, and if you look around, we have quite a big crowd of like upon realizing she doesn't say anything, but like in her brain she's like, oh no, I'm gonna have to explain game.
When your family meets your friend group.
Yeah.
Say hello to the friend group, guys.
Yeah, Kalina, she
It's a lucky
sighs a bit and she hands back the baby. Like, gives him a little smooch on the head and then hands back the baby. And she says, remember when I was His name was
Yes.
Caleb.
Yes. Chatu and Yoka sort of like wave from across the room, like, hey. What's up?
Well,
I forgot about that.
that was a bit of a lie.
Gwen kind of like frowns a little bit.
And Kalina's just like, Caleb's not his name. And she turns to like, where is Kane in the room?
Kane is currently like talking with Abelet and like he's like trying to like do some like logistics and stuff. He's got like a big fucking book open. He's like, okay, so I need to do this, 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 and this. How about we send this person to do that?
Yeah. And Kalina, like she says, well, that's their father's Kane over there. Hi, Kane.
Kane sort of like briefly looks up, sees like the fact that you're standing there with like presumably your family, and he waves politely and then goes back to like talking to Abelet.
Yes, that is the god of the night in the flesh. And I know what you might be thinking, that Miss Kalina Marie Bright, would you befriended an enemy, the god of darkness, evil incarnate.
Gwen just kind of like shakes her head. She's like, no, I don't.
Well, you can't exactly blame me with all the propaganda around Creed Isle.
And she's like, listen, sweetheart, I've known the propaganda shit from the start.
Why didn't you say anything?
Listen, we weren't exactly in any position to, you know, start up a revolution.
I know, Mom. But Kane is a good man. I've actually become pretty good friends with him over the past couple of months.
And then Nick goes in and says, ah, seducing the enemy. Good idea.
I fucking
Start
love
shots
Nick.
here.
And Kalina's just
Seduction.
and Kalina's just like, Nikki! Which she knows that he hates.
He just kind of like, and just sort of scutters away. But, Gwen sort of like leans down and she's like, but next to him, is that who I think it is?
Oh, yes, that's Abelet. It's him. He's alive.
Wow.
We couldn't say anything due to, well,
Did you sign an
so
NDA?
essentially. Also, given the circumstances of his disappearance and then him suddenly reappearing, it would have caused so much more chaos than would have been worth it. Just a whole mess.
She nods understandingly.
Well, in other news, there are some people I would like you to meet. We did get a couple new members after I departed home, and she actually looks over to where Spark is and just says, "Spark, dear, could you come here for a moment?"
So when you look over to Spark, you see they weren't paying attention to you at all. They're still pissed off. They see Sprinkles and immediately start crying and run up to
Yeah.
him.
Oh, I'll leave them to it. That's their father over there, and
One of
the
them.
clown in the purple and gold is Spark. They're the newest member of our party. They've only been here a couple of weeks,
Aw.
but they're so sweet and so funny. You all will absolutely love them.
Gwen sort of like puts a hand over her chest and smiles. She's like, oh.
It's like, oh, look at the little clown. I love them.
Who is grossly sobbing on this slightly bigger clown's shoulder.
Yeah. I want you to know that like Sprinkles was brought in personally by Hoth, so currently you're standing with like hugging one of your dads while the other dad is like just standing there like, hell yeah, I did it good. I brought the clown.
Yeah.
You
I
know
feel
what?
like
Fuck
Sprinkles would probably just force Hoth
Arrows.
into the hug.
Arrows.
Yeah.
Arrows. Fuck it. They make grabby hands towards Hoth too.
They do.
Hoth looks extremely happy as he shrinks himself down to like wrap both of them in a bear hug.
Oh, cry. And Kalina's just like, oh.
Sprinkles makes a squeaky sound.
So does Spark.
They both make squeaky sounds.
Clown
That shit
core.
hurts so hard. It's too damn cute.
Oh my god.
2.5 clowns.
Oh, two and a
New-
half
You've heard of 2.5 men. Now get ready for 2.5 clowns.
I love
Hoth is the half clown.
But yeah, Kalina, she's just like, oh, look at them all. It's nice to see Spock warming up to Hoth.
Gwen kind of like makes an inquisitive face, like, tell me more. I need to know the lore, the clown lore.
Well, Spock is actually a child of Hoth, but they didn't know it, and neither did Hoth. And it's been a bit rocky, but it's nice to see them warming up to each other. Well, more Spock warming up to Hoth. Spock has been through a lot. And she kind of leans down to like next to her mom's ear. Do you know Annalise Covenblaze? That woman?
She makes like a scandalized face, like, oh, that bitch.
That's their mother.
Oh,
I know!
poor kid.
I know! She shows her face at that gala, I swear.
I'll keep a lookout for her. Don't worry.
Oh, please do.
Also, I would like to note, Gwen would have not known that Annalise had a kid.
Yeah.
Flat out.
Yeah.
So like doesn't know that Annalise has a kid, but she's just like, oh, that poor kid.
Yeah.
Oh, that poor kid. Didn't know. Oh God.
Yeah.
Tega just kind of walks up silently and stands next to Kalina. I'll cool down a little bit, but she's still just kind of warm. She
Yeah.
doesn't say anything.
Gwen notices you, Tagok,
Stands there.
and she's like, oh, Tagok, hello, darling. And she comes over and hugs you. Like, just a short little hug, but just a hug.
Gwen notices that Tagok is particularly warm today. She just kind of stands there. She doesn't really look at Gwen. She just nods and goes, "Ma'am."
She realizes that you're like, you know, upset about something, but doesn't want to push it because she knows you.
Yeah.
It's Tagok. She's not gonna talk about it.
Fucking best.
And Kalina, like, she looks at Tagok, just like, Tagok? Guess who's an aunt? And she kind of gestures to the baby.
She looks between you and the kid, and she just nods a few times and doesn't really say much.
It's like, oh god, there's another one.
Like,
And like Kalina's thinking, she's like,
acknowledgement.
oh stars, I need to get Clement. Clement, where are you?
Okay, as she's feeling Clement, is Culbert's mom here?
Yeah. They got your mama.
Good. If you guys, I don't know if Finn knows, but this is what Culbert's
I think I
mom
did a
is.
sketch of Colbert's mama at some point in my book.
Oh, I
I
love
don't
her.
know what it is.
Oh, I'm so cool.
I think I have a picture of her holding Colbert as a bird.
Mom.
Oh, please find it.
That's so. I love.
And then the scrunkly cat. The scrunkly cat is there also.
Yes.
The cat.
the cat named Echo.
Hopper just kind of goes up to his mom and just
He's having a bad day,
doesn't
Mama.
say anything, but just hugs her really fucking tight.
Been a bad day, Mama.
Yeah. He's trying not to cry, but he's just holding on for dear
Just
life at
cry,
this point.
Yes.
You see the
yes,
scrunkly ass
Arthur.
cat. But yeah. So everybody's sort of like reuniting with the family that has come up and you know, important people.
Yeah.
And
Tagok gets to rescue Bao.
Yes. Bow.
Yeah.
How's Bow?
yeah.
How big is she?
Baraka actually brings Bao in when she comes.
Yes.
Baraka's like holding her awkwardly. She's like, here's your lovely little lizard, Tagok.
Tagok is
Wow.
being happy. How big is Bao got?
Like,
Probably not.
monitor lizard size?
Nice.
Let's
So, like, cat-ish size. Grown cat. Minimum. You're just kind of, you can kind of just like flop her over your shoulder.
Yeah. She's just kind of Tagok's standing there and she's just kind of like she's just holding Bao and just hug.
And Bao is currently thoroughly enjoying your warmth and like rubbing her face against your neck and shit.
Oh yes.
Uh,
Where is Clement?
Tagok having
Sorry,
a
I just
really
I need
pet
to know about
experience.
Clement.
what was that, Foxy?
I need to know about Clement. I need to see him react to another fucking Brightwood and possibly fate.
Yeah.
Another one.
You see that Clement is currently helping Kristoff sneak in with a cloak.
Lena. Oh, sorry, what was that, Spark?
I was just saying, does he need a polymorph?
It could help, yeah.
Yeah. Kristoff just needs to come to Spark later. They're having a moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, Kalina, she sees Clement. She says, "Clement, get over here, get over here."
Yeah.
And you can see that she's like excited.
Kristoff also sneaks over. He's got like a full
Yeah.
cloak on.
Oh.
And he's like, hello. And then Clement's like, what is it? What is it?
Look at the new Brightwood.
And Clement's like, oh my goodness. And then the baby gets handed over to him and he's like, oh, so tiny.
They don't have a name yet, but aren't they beautiful?
And Clement's just like, yes. So cute. Healing experience holding a pet from Tagok.
Yes. Yes.
Tagok, I ain't got any family, but I got my lizard.
I got my lizard.
I got my
I
lizard.
got my lizard and I got my
Freya.
boss's mom.
Freya should
got the lizard.
see, blinking on the name of the snake.
Cupcake. Yeah.
Cupcake.
Baraka, she was holding Bao, but she has like a. She had the some guards bring in Cupcake
Freya
God,
probably
imagine
runs
like you get
over.
called.
because Freya requested it
very important-
personally.
Got a very important task for you two.
You need to
On
get
it.
the snake.
What?
Get that
Oh,
big ass snake from the fucking pet store. Bring it to heaven. What?
Canon. Canon. That's
Dang
a
it.
canon event.
Guys, I accidentally clicked on Leo and now he's,
Is he not okay?
he's here now.
Damn.
He's here.
The thing is, I can't get rid of him because if I get rid of him too soon, he's gonna be really upset when I
Oh.
call him back. So I have to talk to him for a bit.
Hi, Leo.
After a bit, Spark eventually lets go of the hug, looks at Hoth and says, please tell me you have alcohol up here.
Hoth like smiles a knowing smile and nods.
And Rowan?
Yeah, I mean, I'm about to get drunk with my dad, but yeah, sure.
But
Yeah.
while you have your moment of sobriety, could you please come over here? There's some people I'd like you to meet.
Okay. Does anybody have a reaction with I want to get drunk with my dad?
No, nobody's surprised after it was mentioned that you're Hoth's child.
It's like, yep, that makes sense.
Yep, child of Hoth. Look at
You're like
that.
chomping onto him for 3 hours straight. Anyway, what's up?
Kalita, she smiles and she says, Bach, meet my family.
They kind of they bow. The silly bow that they've done.
Yeah. Kalita, like, she introduces her ma. Yeah, she's like, this is my mother, Gwendolyn. This is my little brother, Nicky. And she kind of ruffles his hair.
Nick kind of grumbles a little bit. It's like, "Rrr."
Yeah. We call him Nick so he doesn't get upset. And this
So
is
call him Nickelodeon. Got it.
and this is my sibling Rowan and their wife, Grace. I definitely didn't just make that up on the spot.
Yeah,
No,
and then
not
Clement
so.
holds up the baby, and the baby!
There's a
Yes,
baby.
yes, and the
There's a
baby.
baby.
They're just a day old. They don't
Oh
have
my-
a name yet, but
Hoth leans down and says, you should get the baby blessed. I know the Brightwoods would love to get their baby blessed by Abelet.
this is Hoth.
What's up?
Siblings, baby.
Hoth just kind of like does a little dramatic flourish. You can kind of see that it is very Spark-esque. Spark does get that from somewhere.
Oh,
Spark turns around and goes, "That's where I get it from." Point at
You, Spider-Man.
you.
That makes sense.
It is
That
genetic.
makes sense
The
now.
clownery. It's genetic.
The clownery, man. Clowning
I feel like
around
Spark's
at the
laughing in the
speed of
background.
sound.
God.
But, everybody waves hello to Hoth. Just like, hello, hello, sir. You seem very easygoing.
Yeah, he's pretty chill.
But Hoth, like, he puts his fingers up to his mouth and whistles really loud. And then he points directly at Abelet and is like, here. You, come here. And Abelet, like, ugh. And then he's like, okay, finally. Anything to get away from the bullshit paperwork that I'm having to deal with, Kane. And Kane's like, damn it, you can't just run away from your responsibilities. But Abelet
you
comes
can.
over and he's
They
like,
cried.
hello, what's you need?
Abelet, this is my family, the Brightwoods.
Formalities. Hello. I know this family very well. And he sort of smiles awkwardly.
Yeah.
And, you know, everybody sort of, like, bows to him a little bit.
It'd be kind of awkward to bow with the baby in your
Yeah.
hand. But...
Clement's holding the baby currently, so
Oh yeah,
it's
true.
okay. Hoth just, slaps Abelet on the back and then says, bless the baby. Bless the baby. You remember how? Yes. Abelet sort of like crouches down and he like very like gently holds his hands out.
He's gonna hold tiny baby like he could probably hold the baby in one hand.
Yeah. There's this thing my dad used to do with me where he would hold my head in one hand and then lay out my body on his forearm.
My dad
Abelet.
used to do that to me.
Yeah, Abelet does that. It's just, he can, but he's not going to. He's gonna, you know, hold the baby properly.
Yeah.
But he, holds the baby and he's like, hello, little guy.
Tiny, small,
Yeah,
wrinkle, crusty.
yeah. He just sort of, like, basically what he does is just like he very gently like touches their forehead and like you see like a little bit of glow. And the baby kind of like wiggles a little bit.
Baby.
And then like you see that the baby like gorilla grip grabs a strand of his hair
Oh.
and yanks.
Spark laughs at him. Spark is laughing so hard at him.
Yeah. And you see that like when the baby's hand is pulled away, there are a couple of strands that it ripped out of Applet's head.
Not even a day old and already starting a fight.
Are you sure Taegak's not the mother of this child?
Tagog moment. But Applet just
She looked rare as she is currently holding Bao like baby.
holding my lizard like a toddler.
She's like, I am a fucking lizard, you cunt.
Yeah. But this is my child. Thank you very much.
I have lizards. Fuck
Yeah. But Abelet just says, oh, go ahead and take a piece with you, eh? And then he very carefully hands the baby back to Grace. And there's just like a couple long, curly, blonde strands in that tiny baby grip. You know babies. They have the absolute fucking white knuckle gorilla grip.
Oh my god, it's terrifying.
They physically can't unclench their hands. It's always so funny and sad whenever they grip their own hair and then they start crying because they can't do anything about it.
Yeah, they can't do anything about it. They're just so small. And Kalina, like, she looks up at Abelet and says, "Thank you, Abelet. This is greatly appreciated."
He kind of like scratches the back of his neck and he's like, yeah, I mean, I kind of owe a lot to you and the rest of the group, so. And then he just shrugs.
Kalina just like puts a hand over her chest. It's like, no. Also, like, why am I just imagining Abelet holding the baby like a fucking cantaloupe? Has no idea how to hold a baby.
I mean, he probably has never held a baby. I doubt that Miranda, like, he ever held Phosphus. I doubt he ever held Phosphus. Who, speaking of, they're here as well. But there's a lot of things that can be attended to, which we will have to deal with next week on Dragon Ball Z. Hello? Talk? Great. My Discord is dying. I can't hear y'all. Well, that's where we're gonna be ending tonight's session. I can't hear my chat, so they're dead to me. Apparently, they've gone to the Starlight Realm, and I'm having a bad time. You probably can't hear them either, because it only records desktop audio. So, good night.